Check, check, check.
10 seconds in southwest,
Audio check.
13 seconds. For Friday night,
let me know if you guys can hear me.
20 to 25 knots. Gusts up to 40 knots in the evening. Seas 6
check.
to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 8 seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind around 15 knots, rising to 20 to 25 knots in the afternoon. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest 3 feet at 6 seconds and northwest 7.
All right, if you can hear me, thank you for joining us here at Backbridge Weather today, and we are providing live coverage of Category 2 Hurricane Erick right now in the East Pacific Ocean, approaching, rapidly intensifying as he approaches landfall in southwest Mexico.
For Sunday, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots. Seas 7 to 10.
Hope you guys can hear me.
Subsiding to 6 to 8 feet on the afternoon.
But if you can, man, wow, what a crazy day it's been. If you've been tracking Erick, you know how rapidly things have escalated throughout the afternoon, to the point where we have this satellite image right now, which is starting to develop a very menacing kind of 9 shape as that eye continues to warm there. Comment from Estonia Weather talking about the rapidly warming eye, and yes, indeed, that is rapidly warming eye at the center there, starting to get more well-defined, along with the central dense overcast, which is getting more symmetrical as well.
High tide 6:30 p.m. at 5.44 feet. Low tide.
So once again, if you are here, thank you for joining us. This is our first stream of 2025. Also our first stream that is both on X and YouTube. So you can watch us on either platform.
An offshore buoy 59 winds north at 14 knots. Water temperature.
Backbridge Weather on YouTube and at Backbridge Crew on X.
At buoy 14 near Point Arena, winds northwest at 23 knots, gusting to 29. Water temperature 51. Pressure 1,015.5 millibars. At buoy 13 near Bodega Bay, winds northwest at.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live shot of Hurricane Erick right now on infrared imagery. And throughout the day, so when we started off this morning, he had just attained, or I think he did attain, Category 1 hurricane intensity right around sunrise. And ever since then, it's been off to the races. We've seen the storm take advantage of really a perfect kind of environment. Very warm sea surface temperatures, not a lot of wind shear, very deep moisture layers, not much dry air to speak of, and as you can see, this is a storm that's not really that's unencumbered by hostile conditions. We zoom out here to give you the full view. A bit too much. But yeah, there you go. So that is a formidable hurricane, and you can see really the axis symmetry, not just of the core of the system, not just with the central dense overcast where that gray is, but expanding outwards with the rain bands and everything. That is just a perfect outflow pattern.
Dry cold front will bring windy conditions to the coastal waters today through Friday. Winds will be strong.
So that's an indication right here when you see all these very nice banding features. Well, actually, I might need to switch to a bit wider of a view to see that fully. But yeah, I mean, wow, look at that.
10 to 12 feet across the coastal waters Thursday into the weekend.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets in terms of outflow, in terms of healthy rain banding. Compact core, but a pretty impressive storm overall, and getting awfully close to land. That central dense overcast with those most intense thunderstorms, that's not far offshore of Mexico now. In fact, we might be seeing a bit of a northward or eastward jog here.
For Thursday night, west wind.
Yeah, I don't. So there's an interesting. This is an interesting part of the East Pacific Basin. Now, this area, this tropical cyclone basin, it's not really known for big time impacts or a lot lot of impacts to land. Most storms, they actually form closer to land as kind of precursor systems and move out due west and into the open waters of the Pacific. So they don't tend to hit land very much. The East Pacific, usually a fish storm basin. Now, there can be landfalls in Mexico, and that has happened several times before. But even when that does happen, they're usually not very powerful, right? You don't have a lot of Cat 4s. You only have one Cat 5 landfall in this basin on record. And that brings me to what we're seeing here and connecting it really with what we saw last year with Hurricane John in almost this exact same area, both in the East Pacific and near Mexico. And then with Otis a year before that in 2023. So this is the third consecutive year now where we've had a compact, rapidly intensifying hurricane, really in this same area right next to Guerrero, Mexico. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But right next to the same region of Mexico near the Sierra Madre del Sur mountain range, and these coastal waters are warm, but it's hard to get a storm going here this close to land. But this is now the third instance in the last 3 years, this being the third year, where we've had a rapidly intensifying compact cyclone heading into landfall. It's pretty crazy. All right, I think I'm too quiet, so let me up the volume, guys. Let me up the volume. Let me know if that's better, a little bit louder, or if I need to keep going.
Up to 40 knots, easing to 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 5 to 7 feet, subsiding to 3 to 5 feet after midnight. Wave detail, northwest 60 to 8 seconds.
So, yeah, so this is the third storm. So back in October of 2023, we had Hurricane Otis, of course, being the most famous example here. Hurricane Otis back on October 25th, 2023, world record-breaking explosive intensification, went from a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm to a 165-mile-per-hour Category 5 hurricane in just 24 hours. That nothing like that had ever been seen before. There had been a couple storms that had intensified faster in a 24-hour period, but none that had gone from such a low-level tropical storm to an immensely powerful Category 5, like Otis said. That is unlike something we've ever seen. Probably, if I dare say, a once-in-a-lifetime event. Hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime event, because he intensified so fast and so unexpectedly. You know, no models picked up on that. You know, at most they said he was going to make landfall. Otis was as a Category 1. He ended up being Category 5. A lot of people in Acapulco weren't prepared. It happened to be a direct hit on the city of Acapulco, and catastrophic destruction ensued. That was a very terrifying night. And then a year later, last year, September, while Hurricane Helene was intensifying in the Gulf of Mexico/America, you had John in the East Pacific, and he was rapidly intensifying into landfall, kind of in a similar way Otis did. Didn't become a Cat 5, but again went from a tropical depression to a Category 3 major hurricane in 24 hours. So once again, that's really hard to do. It's not, once you get to 80 plus miles per hour, right? High end Category 1, low end Category 2, that's usually when rapid intensification really kicks off. Because to have rapid intensification, you need a structure in place, right? You need the eye wall and the overall central dense overcast. You need that all organized and set up for the storm to then really take advantage of its environment and go if the environment supports that. So that's when we usually see rapid intensification. Now, rapid intensification from a standpoint of a weak tropical storm or a tropical depression, that's much rarer, because tropical depressions and weak tropical storms, they don't have much of a structure, right? They're just starting out in tropical life. They don't have an eye wall really. Any central convection is usually pretty formative and kind of popcorny. Not like this, right? Not like what you're seeing here with an organized near major hurricane, high end Category 2. So,
subsiding to 5 to 7
mess up a
feet
little bit.
after midnight.
Or you know what? Maybe move
Northwest
this a bit
7 feet
closer.
at 8 seconds.
Testing
For
out
Saturday,
the
northwest
audio.
winds shifting to 20 knots, rising to 20 to 25 knots in
closer?
the afternoon. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wave detail. Northwest
Okay, hopefully that's
8 seconds.
microphone's becoming a little obtrusive now, but hopefully that's
Wind 25 to
move
30
that.
knots. East to 20
Hopefully that's better, guys.
after midnight. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Wave detail.
Hopefully you can hear me better.
Northwest 10 feet at 7 seconds.
Hopefully.
For Sunday, northwest wind
So yeah,
10 to 20
Otis
knots.
last year explosive intensification tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane. John tropical depression to a Category 3 hurricane. And now today, not quite that crazy. Not quite that crazy, but Erick has intensified really, really quickly today. As extreme weather chaser Theo points out, this thing intensified so fast since this morning. Indeed. So this morning we woke up to a minimal hurricane. It's 75 mile per hour hurricane. And even a couple hours ago when we had a first Air Force reconnaissance Hurricane Hunter mission into the storm, which is rare for the East Pacific, only done in extreme circumstances like this where we have clearly a rapidly intensifying major hurricane that's a very serious threat to life and property in Mexico. So we did actually get the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters into this beast a couple hours ago. And at first, it seemed like the system wasn't as strong as satellite estimates suggested. The winds were only barely hurricane strength, kind of high in tropical storm, but the pressure was lower than satellites had suggested, down to 977 millibars, I think, at that time. As you can see, we're now at 967 millibars as of the last update, which was 16 minutes ago. And I'll make sure there hasn't been an intermediate one yet. I don't think so. No, not that quickly. And if we go here, we can see that recon mission in progress. So there's the next recon mission coming in the next couple hours. That is the flight path across the Gulf so far. So that Hurricane Hunter is hopefully crossing Mexico now, and will be in Erick shortly. So yeah, current strength, strong Category 2, 110 mile per hour sustained winds, 967 millibar central pressure, and that pressure, even since the last update, probably rapidly falling by now, as you can see. So we're going to zoom in here and get real up close for a second with the eye of Erick right now. So what's going on with the eye of Erick? Well, from the beginning of this satellite loop to the end, you can obviously see that it's kind of expanded in size. The cloud tops are warming, which is good for the eye, not good for the central dense overcast, but the central dense overcast, all this gray here, that's having no problem right now. So, wait, that's too big. You know what? I'm not going to be cheeky. We're just going to stop this. All right, so here's the eye. Getting carved out here, rapidly warming in these last few satellite frames. Yeah, there's Estonia weather. The comment, recon is soon approaching Mexico. Yep, so hopefully we're going to get recon in here, and we'll see, because Erick still has some time to intensify even further before recon gets in there. So I think almost certainly when we get confirmation, when we get a plane in that eye wall, we're going to see a Category 3 major hurricane here. And that is significant, because we start, what was it, let's see, 9 hours ago. 9 hours ago, this was a minimal hurricane. So that is pretty rapid intensification already to be at 110 miles per hour. And like I said, based on the continuous improvement of the satellite of the satellite imagery, no doubt I think we're going to have a Category 3 major hurricane when recon gets in there. So the signs we're looking for here is kind of the smoother, all that gray stuff, all that really cold convection, the smoother and faster that starts spinning, that's a sign of increasing intensification. The clearer and warmer that eye gets, as you can see, we can't yet see the bottom, or I guess the surface of the ocean. If I switch this to visible imagery, So this is not infrared. This is visible. There you can see it's almost a struggle if I pause it. If I have the satellite loop pause, almost a struggle to even find the eye right now because it's still kind of hazed over. Right, it's not fully cleared out. It's not super warm yet, and that's kind of typical for a rapidly intensifying Category 3. This is a very Category 3-ish eye. So this is pretty much aligning with the time frame we would expect here, and really the strength I expect to find probably 100. We'll go 120, right? I'll guess 120, middle of the road, 120 miles per hour when recon gets in this thing, and then I would assume that central pressure is probably getting closer to 960 millibars easily. But overall, this is just a really dangerous situation and a really impressive storm that is unfortunately approaching landfall. You know, it's not often that we say it in the East Pacific that we've got a storm approaching landfall. That just doesn't happen very often. But here we are now, and it's not a weak storm or a Cat 1, a Cat 2, which would still be dangerous, right? That would still be dangerous. But this is going to be a in all likelihood, a full-fledged major hurricane. It's a major hurricane right now. We need confirmation for that. Whether it makes landfall as a major hurricane specifically, that might be a little bit more tricky, and I'll get into that in a second because this system is kind of taking a very weird angle of approach into landfall. It's not straight on or perpendicular. It's kind of this parallel scraping of the coastline of northwest. So that, considering that this is the Sierra Madre del Sur region, it's a very, very mountainous region. Hurricanes don't like that very much. So I would expect that Erick's time for intensification here, for this ongoing rapid intensification we're seeing, is going to run out once the denser rain bands, the more structurally contingent rain bands, and these central dense overcasts, once that starts moving really intimately over land here, right, once this zone of cold cloud tops, once that starts interacting with these really intense mountain ranges, that's when I think we're going to start to see some weakening before landfall. How much weakening? Who knows? And I think that, too, will depend on whether or not Erick will go straight into landfall here, right, if he's taking a jog north, because it almost looks like he's taking a bit of a jog north. So, I don't know here, but we'll keep watching. But this might be a northward jog here. Also, you can kind of see here on the eastern quadrant. I'm a terrible drawer, you have to forgive me. So right there in that latest frame, that is a new burst of cold eye wall convection of vortical hot towers. So that signals intensification is continuing, as we expect, because again, the conditions here are pretty much favorable, right? This was not a good situation. We knew that coming in. The conditions are really excellent, and the sea surface temperatures are actually the warmest in the entire East Pacific Basin. So to orient, you know, Erick is here, right? And in terms of the East Pacific, this is sea surface temperatures from NOAA. In terms of sea surface temperatures, as you can see, these are the warmest waters that you can possibly be in if you're a system in the East Pacific Basin, which is kind of delineated by this box here, right? Really almost to Hawaii. This is the East Pacific Basin. If we look at the latest, here, let me do the interactive cone. Here is the National Hurricane Center's latest forecast cone. So this just came out 24 minutes ago with the 4 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock Pacific time advisory. So here are your extent of hurricane force winds in this orange bubble here. And here is the trajectory that the National Hurricane Center is predicting. So that's the current trajectory, and as you can see, because of that angle into landfall, we could see some weakening before landfall. I don't think Erick is going to hit shore at peak strength. I think it's going to be a little bit below that.
Offshore, issued at 8:41 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Today, north winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 6 to 10 feet. Tonight, north to northwest winds 20 to 30 knots.
So yeah, wow, just
7 to 12 feet.
what a crazy satellite image there. So zooming out on visible, there you can see the rapid spin, the intense convection, and just the really voluminous. I mean, look at how far and how healthy and organized Erick's rain bands and overall outflow. You can see these cirrus clouds down here. Okay, this is the storm's outflow. That's its lungs. That's its breathing. That's the whole system of taking in warm, moist air, expelling it in the upper atmosphere. So all that looks healthy. Yeah, this is a beast. This is unfortunately a very, very powerful storm. And I might have to update. So if you look up at the top of your screen there next to the Hurricane Erick insignia, that is the countdown to landfall, which says it's slightly over 12 hours, although I think I'm going to have to modify that because I don't think it's... I mean, who knows, though? I don't think it's going to take 13 hours, considering how close Erick is, and he's kind of shifting a little bit to the east. I don't think it's going to take 13 hours for him to officially make landfall. But who knows? Who knows? Because this is a very erratic area of the world for tropical cyclones where both intensity guidance and models and the track, right, where the storm's headed, both models struggle on both of these vectors with storms in this region. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, Otis and John are perfect examples of that. Both of them made landfall hundreds of miles away from where their initial forecast cone, right, their initial advisory when they first formed as depressions. Both of them made landfall hundreds of miles away from their first forecast advisories, and since only a couple days separated, when they formed and when they made landfall, it wasn't like it was 2 weeks or something. That would be a reasonable margin of error for models if it was something crazy like that. But no, it was only a couple of days. So that would be considered kind of a forecasting failure to a certain extent, right? When it makes landfall hundreds of miles away from where the first advisory said it was going to. That can get very confusing when it's changing so quickly and for people in harm's way. We're used to, and typically is the case that the forecast cones and tracks and intensity models in the Atlantic Basin, dealing with storms in the Atlantic Basin, have been much more reliable, especially lately, than in this specific... It's not these specific overall, but it's this specific region is really troublesome. Because we've had back-to-back years. Otis hit Acapulco, and then John made landfall south of Acapulco, but then did move directly over the city, and then kind of stalled out and did some crazy stuff for a long time, almost a week, several days, and done big-time rainfall, major flash flooding from John, and of course catastrophic wind damage from Otis. What are we going to see from Erick here? Maybe a combination of both. We're looking at potentially devastating winds and also potentially devastating rainfall. We cannot forget about the rainfall, and we'll show a graphic of that here soon, but we cannot forget about the rainfall. Sierra Madre del Sur mountain range, very high mountains. You can get orographic lift that increases the risk for mudslides, landslides, violent flash flooding, as opposed to kind of just a more gradual filling up. So that's very dangerous and definitely a threat. Several locations, and indeed several locations are already accumulating rainfall right now from the outer bands of Erick. So rain already beginning to fall, and we could see some foot plus, right, 12 plus inches, 150 millimeters plus rainfall totals, and that could definitely lead to dangerous flash flooding, mudslides, landslides, you name it. So it's the rainfall and the wind. Of course, storm surge, always an issue with major hurricanes if you're at the coast. Not anticipating this unless it makes landfall in a specifically surge vulnerable area, or if it hits kind of a town or city that's right next to the coast. Hope storm surge still be dangerous. Watch out if you're on the coast, but we're not really anticipating storm surge unless something crazy happens to be necessarily the biggest impact here. Out here, this kind of shelf, this coastline, is not super vulnerable to storm surge like it is in the Gulf, for example, right over in the Atlantic Basin.
For Sunday night, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots, easing to 10 to 15 knots after midnight.
So
Seas 6 to 8
let's
feet.
look here.
Wave detail, northwest 7 feet at 7 seconds. The coastal waters forecast from Pigeon Point to Point Pinos out to 10 nautical miles. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday morning. For today, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots, rising to 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35.
Yeah, we're gonna check on that recon mission soon, and we will have live coverage as that plane flies through, and we're gonna see what data it spits back out. How strong this likely major hurricane Erick now at this point, how strong this storm is.
Up to 35 knots, easing to 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest 2 feet at 5 seconds, northwest 7 feet at 9 seconds.
So again, that's the latest cone.
Juneteenth, northwest wind 15
That just came out
seas 6
half an hour ago,
wave
a
detail,
little over half an hour ago.
northwest 2 feet at 4 seconds.
So that is the latest official advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
For Thursday night,
And in that advisory, it was interesting here,
20 knots.
they explicitly call, if I click that tab right there, so that is a forecast, that is a prediction from the National Hurricane Center, that Hurricane Erick at landfall in Mexico will be a strong Category 3 major hurricane with potentially with 125 mile per hour winds. At our current rate of intensification, we cannot rule out Category 4 status, so that is a possibility. But the reason why this forecast is so significant, it's meteorologically significant. So this is bad from the standpoint that we're going to see it very likely a major hurricane, even if it weakens off 125 miles per hour or 130, right? 130 is Category 4, so we'll see if it gets there. Even if it weakens off that 125, 130 peak intensity, it's still going to be a really strong, and it's going to be like a last minute weakening, right? It's not going to have a lot of time to degrade and fully fall apart or anything like that, right? So it's going to be last minute weakening. It's not going to be super important to the overall impacts. It's just going to matter in terms of what, give or take 10 miles per hour, I would say, from the ultimate landfall strength. But so right here before landfall, the NHC has 125 miles per hour at our current rate of intensification. But again, let's wait and see what recon finds. That will tell us a lot about whether or not Erick has a chance of going Cat 4 here or not. But that 125 miles per hour, that is concerning. Probably not going to make landfall at 125, but that was the latest advisory, and that is the strongest the National Hurricane Center has forecast Erick to be at any point in his life. So the trend has not been our friend, and it's evident the National Hurricane Center responding to this very ominous satellite imagery that we are watching right now, a very healthy, robustly intensifying strong Category 2 hurricane that has rapidly intensified as the day has progressed. Remember, at sunrise this morning, at dawn, it was a low-level Category 1. So here, from the National Hurricane Center, some of the rainfall, rough estimate of the rainfall we could see here in southwest Mexico. So hopefully this dark red blob of 16 to 20 inches, 400 to 500 millimeters of rain, that is currently labeled offshore. Hopefully it stays that way, but still, look at what we've got coming into the landfall location and to the east of the landfall location. Potentially, near the coast, 12 to 16 inches of rain, which is 300 to 400 millimeters. That's a lot. And that is where the big-time flooding threat for landslides, mudslides and flash floods. That's where that comes into play with rainfall like that. Here we have tropical storm force wind probabilities from the National Hurricane Center. And of course, as you can see, greater than 90%, a certainty at this point that you're going to see tropical storm force winds here in this landfall location. And I don't know. I don't like some of these graphs, these hurricane force wind speed probabilities. Sometimes they're not really. I don't find them very accurate. And then here's the wind history. So what this is displaying is the radius of Erick's winds and how strong they were. So the yellow is tropical storm force winds. You can see started out kind of small. Those tropical storm force winds though blew up as the storm intensified, and now you can see that red patch. Those are the hurricane force winds that started this morning at around 7 a.m. Central Time. So those are some of the key messages here early on. Let's update our recon flight. Still got a ways to go. But yeah, so man, overall, what a scene. What a scene in the East Pacific now. Can't believe we're doing this for the 3rd year in a row. And it's significant. Once Erick is upgraded to a Category 3 major hurricane, which I believe he will in the next couple of minutes, once he's upgraded to that strength, then it will be the first time in recorded history, which you can kind of say goes back to the satellite era in the case of the East Pacific. But so we'll say the first time in the satellite era that we've had a major Pacific hurricane this close to land in the month of June. So that's a big deal. And of course, Erick will be the first landfalling major hurricane in Pacific hurricane in recorded history in the month of June if he holds on to that strength in a landfall. If the mountains don't completely shred him. And at this point, with how strong he's going to get before he starts interacting with land, I'm thinking the NHC is already saying 125. I'm thinking Cat 4 is in the cards, is a possibility, something we're going to watch out for. All of those things considered, yeah, I think we're going to have unfortunately historically strong landfall on the Pacific side of Mexico for the month of June. Alfredo Tron asking if the storm is changing direction. I think that's what you're asking. So yeah, we were discussing that a bit earlier, and we are looking to see oh boy. Okay, so zooming back in on infrared. Wow. So that eye is rapidly warming, rapidly clearing out. My goodness. So rapid intensification definitely ongoing. Yeah, so we were looking at that possibility earlier. We're trying to see whether or not Erick is taking a bit of an eastward or kind of a northward jog, right? Because the forecast track has him kind of going this way. And at present, it does seem like his eye is deviating a little bit sooner towards land. So that means we could see a landfall sooner than anticipated. So that's important. That's an important consideration. So we're gonna have to watch here for these populations here, keeping them updated and informed. And indeed, if that is the case, and I think I want to wait to see what happens when recon gets in there, because that's not going to just tell us what the strength of the system is right now, but that's also going to give us new coordinates on the eye's position, right, on the core's position. If the wind increase since the last recon mission has been dramatic enough, right, say if it's 120, 125, the National Hurricane Center might issue an intermediate advisory, right? Normally, the next advisory would be in what? 2 hours and 20 minutes? So normally the next advisory would be in another 2 hours. But if the recon gets in there before that, finds that Erick is already a strong major hurricane, which he honestly looked strong category 3, and he honestly looks like he is right now, just based on the satellite presentation, then the National Hurricane Center might issue an intermediate advisory. And if they do that, and we are seeing an eastward jog, then that will confirm whether we're going to see landfall sooner, right? If you have, you'll see it. You'll see the pinpoint, the coordinates of the center of the storm kind of on the eastern or northern edge of the cone during that intermediate advisory. So we're going to watch out for that. Again, that recon mission into the storm right now is pretty important. So that is what we are watching. So if it's changing direction, remains to be seen. We're trying to see that right now. Again, another important note is that once storms, when tropical cyclones get close to really big and high mountain ranges, some crazy stuff can happen. The systems can change direction. Wait, hold on. Do we have a new update? Do we have a new update? I don't know. I don't know. Estonia Weather says 958 millibars estimated pressure. Is that satellite? Is recon in there? Maybe it's not updating. Kind of looks like it's not updating right now. Well, in any case, I'm sure 958 millibars sounds like a perfect estimate, just based on intuition, just looking at the satellite presentation right now. Yeah, I'd say 958 millibars is probably pretty close. I don't know if recon is in there right now. It kind of, here on Tropical Tidbits, which is where we're allowed to look at this recon interface. This is the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters. That's the track of the plane. I don't know if it's not updating, or it's just not in there yet. I don't know. But 958 millibars sounds pretty good, considering what we're seeing. I mean, it's just a crazy satellite loop. Wow. You know, and maybe if I go to the mesosector here and get better resolution, look at some of this. Could be mesovortex activity here in the eye. Wow. Estonia Weather, sorry for the late response. No problem, man. Yes, satellite estimated pressure. Okay, so satellites are estimating 958 millibars. That sounds good to me. That sounds pretty close. Thank you for that, Estonia Weather. Yeah, I agree. And look at what we're seeing now. Like, what's going on here? Are those mesovortices? Are those eyewall mesovortices? What's going on? Wow. Well, I don't know exactly, but you can start to see those blue colors here. So we're getting really close, and I think we're going to be able to watch it live here as the eye pops out fully, right? Clear all the way to the ocean surface. Oh, man. Look at that. Wow. So I'm going to post that image here, because that is just some wild stuff. looks like their satellites are also estimating that the winds, so in knots, I guess that would be 115, between 115 and 120 miles per hour. So satellite estimates are, the satellites are saying that we have a major hurricane right now. And that I would not at all be surprised if that was the case. Continuing to watch here. Lots of swirling activity, lots of convective activity there in the eye wall as it continues to intensify. And we're starting to see those lower clouds, those blue colors peek through. That is an indication that the eye is really kind of just minutes or moments away from fully clearing out to the ocean floor. The ocean floor. The ocean surface. If the eye clears out and you can see the ocean floor, then we have big problems. That would be bad. That would be terrible. That'd be like a Category 8 hypercane or something. Something from a really bad Hollywood disaster movie. Oh, look at that invisible. Just look at this thing. Wow. Estonia weather recon will be in Mexico in the next update. Man. So really interesting. So I do want to point this out. How much can we zoom in and it be tolerable? You gotta be kidding me. So it's gonna get a little blurry here as I really max out the zoom, but as you can see, so in those last couple frames, through the haze, we are just now starting to see, look at those, you can barely see it, but look at those low-level clouds spinning at the bottom of the eye. Holy cow. Oh my goodness. Ooh, man, that is really spinning fast down there. So those are low-level clouds in the eye, still kind of hazed over. I've got it so zoomed in, it's pixelating, so I'll zoom out here in a second, but we're just now beginning to see that peek through those low-level clouds spinning really, really fast at the bottom of the eye. And if we see that eye temperature continue to warm, the air continues to sink from a press down by divergence from the eye wall, from convection, violent convective thunderstorms rising in the eye wall and then sinking air down through the core of the cyclone. If we see that fully clear out and we've got a clear view of the ocean surface with those low-level clouds spinning around, man, that is going to be some scary, scary stuff. It already is scary. But wow, so you can now see, you are now starting to see, just barely glimpse, the true eye of Hurricane Erick. And I mean, just look at this thing. Wow. It's not a good... Oh, look there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the last few frames. Look at that. Right here. Right there. Look at that. New convective hot towers going up. New hot towers going up, guys. That's what you're seeing there. Big time vortical updrafts, big time thunderstorms blowing up in the eye wall. So again, and that's actually, this is 7 minutes old, is what this is indicating. So, wow. Okay, so new hot towers are going up, and the eye is clearing and warming. Intensification definitely still ongoing, potentially rapid. If we go back to infrared, let's see what that looks like here. But I kind of want to save infrared for when it's nighttime, because we will have no visible. So we'll look at this for a second more. But I want to stay on visible while we still have it, because this is likely going to be the last time we can see Erick on visible before nightfall. And I'm not sure he's not going to, deteriorate and make landfall either in the pre-dawn hours, maybe even overnight if there's a really significant jog. But yeah. So there it is on infrared, and you can see those new hot towers blowing up right there. Boom, right there. But we're going to go back to visible here because these next few hours are going to be our last chance to look at Erick on visible. Wow. I mean, this is truly one of the most impressive visible satellite images I've seen for a category. I think it's safe to say this is no longer a Category 2 hurricane. Like that right there, that's a bona fide major hurricane spinning on your screen right now. So that's the breaking news right now, guys. We have a rapidly intensifying monster, likely major hurricane, and he is unfortunately super close to land and is going to be making landfall as a potentially historic, never before seen in this region of Mexico in the month of June, major hurricane landfall. Oh yeah, center's heating up. But my goodness, look at this view. Wow. As you can see, the heavy rainfall. Look at these rain bands now coming over southwest Mexico. Look at over here, guys. Look at over here. I mean, big time. I mean, these are loosely related, but these are related to the hurricane. Look at that. Huge thunderstorms going up. I mean, that's just wow. I mean, that's just cool satellite imagery, period. But look at that. Look at these thunderheads. Here. Kind of hard to draw with the trackpad. Here, look at that blow up here in the last few seconds. Or minutes, I should say. Here, little ones here. Big time thunderstorms blowing up across Mexico. And this, all of this. And look how much, look at these. Really intense rain band right now. Really intense rain band right now coming in here. So this is this is very heavy rainfall, and this is going to saturate the soil and perpetuate the flood risk and really add on. Good grief. What an image. Maybe I zoom it out a little bit further. Nope, too far. Yeah, that's good. What an image, guys. Recon is officially in Mexico, says Estonia Weather. That is excellent news. So again, guys, stay tuned. We're going to be we're going to be covering this hurricane live. We're going to watch as reconnaissance comes in. We're going to see the data it spits back out, and we will continue covering this hurricane live for the next for a while here as we head into sunset, and then whenever we see Erick coming into landfall, whenever we think it's getting close, then we're going to start a new live stream and go live then, which could be in the middle of the night. We don't know. I don't know. And if you're wondering, like, does it seem like there's more uncertainty in the timing, in the strength, and in really everything, right? And that's because there is more uncertainty. This is a very tricky and troublesome part, not just of this basin, but really of the entire world. The last 2 years have shown us to not trust this specific area, southwest Mexico, these coastal waters. It's kind of, yeah. So right here, this area right here of seawater, this has sparked a lot of trouble in the last 2 years. 2 devastating East Pacific hurricanes, Otis in 2023, John in 2024. Both of them caused major damage. Both of them were retired because of the damage they caused, Otis was the first landfalling Category 5 Pacific hurricane in history. Obviously the strongest. I don't think we're gonna get Category 5 here with Erick. Seems pretty unlikely considering how close we are to land, or how close the system is to land now. So I don't think it's gonna have enough time. Maybe if he had taken the western edge of the cone, but even then, I mean, Category 5 would be really off the wall considering this is June. Again, this is June, so this is really climatologically weird, right? It's interesting because last year we were covering Hurricane Beryl in the Atlantic Ocean in June. And she was a historic, unprecedented storm. She was the earliest forming Category 5 hurricane in recorded history in the Atlantic Basin. But that was actually on July 1st. But it was the first Category 4 ever recorded in the month of June in Atlantic. And she did that in the main development region. Remember, she came through the Leeward Islands, really did a number on, or not the Leeward Islands, the Windward Islands, the ones farther south, closer to South America, did some major damage there, made landfall as a 140 mile per hour Category 4. So last year, not too long from now, right? So we're approaching the 1 year anniversary of Beryl. She formed around June 26, 27, 28, around there. So we're only a week away from the 1 year anniversary of Hurricane Beryl, and she was just this crazy meteorological anomaly for the month of June in the Atlantic Basin. And now here we are in the East Pacific Basin with a meteorological anomaly, because based on everything we're seeing, and Recon will certainly confirm this in the coming minutes, thank you Estonia Weather for those updates about where the reconnaissance is, how close we're getting, this in all likelihood is going to be an unprecedented landfall of a major Pacific hurricane in Mexico in the month of June. And we have never seen that before in this area. This same area that just threw out John in 2024, threw out Otis. So this, I mean, man, this is really crazy, because I thought that was a fluke, right? I mean, what are the statistical odds of this happening? And then now Erick is doing it in June, which is really, really strange. Because Otis happened in October, and even though Otis himself was this crazy world record-breaking intensification rate, and all-time most powerful storm to ever hit Mexico on the Pacific side, right? That was October, and that was a little bit more climatologically normal, especially for the East Pacific. Most of the East Pacific's most powerful storms, especially ones that kind of take this curving path, they kind of go out and curve back in and make landfall in Mexico. That usually happens in October. And then John last year happened in September. Nothing weird about that, right? That's the peak of really both hurricane seasons here in the Western Hemisphere. Is September is when it really gets going, and everything starts going crazy, and there's hurricanes everywhere. But here we have Hurricane Erick, and again, just like how I couldn't believe the satellite images I was watching back in 2024 when it was Beryl in the Atlantic Ocean, just like how I couldn't believe what I was watching unfold, I'm almost to that level of shock right now, seeing an East Pacific hurricane do this in the month of June. I mean, this is crazy. And by the way, I neglected to inform of the fact that Erick is the earliest E-named storm in East Pacific history. So this is the earliest fifth named storm we've had in this basin. And that happened because we had a crazy flurry of tropical storms, just as like one after another in the East Pacific. You know, first we had Alvin. I think he formed on May 28th. And then we had Hurricane Barbara, weak hurricane, and then tropical storms Cosme and Delilah. And they've all come like one after another. I mean, it's been some crazy stuff. And now the fifth storm, Erick, outdoing all those, right? Those four I mentioned, Alvin, Barbara, Cosme, Delilah. Those are the four named storms we've had in the East Pacific this year. Those all were like junk fish storms, right? Some had some minor coastal impacts, but those were junk storms, right? Weak tropical storms. Barbara was a hurricane, but a very disorganized one, a very brief one. Erick is different. As you can obviously see, this is just such crazy satellite imagery that we're seeing right now from radar scope. The satellite imagery is from radar scope. And And I'm just going to zoom in back into this eye because, oh my goodness, look at the popcorn. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at the convection that is like swirl. Almost looks like one of those science fiction movies where you've got almost looks like Dune, right? Where you've got the big worm under the sand, and the sand kind of goes up and back down as the worm goes through. That's kind of what it looks like. But instead of sand, we're talking about tropical convection and thunderstorms here. But look at that. Man. This is some wild stuff, guys. That curl right there. Holy moly. Let's switch to infrared very briefly so I can measure the eye. What kind of eye are we dealing with here? As you can see now, the eye, more blue colors, so continuing to get clearer. So yeah, that is roughly 13 miles across there with the eye. So that's a small eye right on the upper threshold of pinhole. So I don't think we can call it a true pinhole, right? This is not like a Milton or a Wilma pinhole eye or a Patricia pinhole eye, but it's you can still kind of call it a pinhole eye, right? It's on the very upper echelon of what you could consider a pinhole eye, which is a very common term with hurricanes that have small eyes. Ineffective. So what's going on here? Man, oh man, look at this, guys. Look at this. I mean, that's just crazy. You are looking at live satellite imagery of Category 2, likely Category 3 Hurricane Erick. A strong Category 2 as of the last advisory. Satellite estimates now place this storm at a Category 3 major hurricane. We have Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance coming in soon, and they're going to confirm that major hurricane strength. Pressure likely well below 960 millibars now. Holy moly, guys. This is crazy what we're seeing here. And like I pointed out earlier, if you're just joining us, look, you can actually now start to see, it's still kind of hazy. Still kind of hazy, but we're just now starting to see that super fast low-level swirl that's actually, that's actually rotating faster than the surrounding convection. And when you see that in such a pronounced fashion, that's when you know you have a really intense hurricane. And unfortunately, really bad situation if it's heading towards land, which Erick inevitably is. Oh my goodness, guys. The comment from Estonia Weather. Satellite estimated pressure is 955 millibars in Vmax, 100, basically 105 knots. Okay. That seems about right, unfortunately. Again, guys, this is not a replay. This is not us showing some past storm. This is real live satellite imagery of Hurricane Erick in the Pacific right now, just less than 100 miles now off the coast of Mexico. And this crazy satellite imagery, this is real time now. So for the second year in a row, we are dealing with an exceptionally powerful June hurricane. Last year was Beryl in the Atlantic. This year it's Erick in the Pacific. And for the third year in a row, we have a rapidly intensifying and likely a cyclone that's rapidly intensifying and also likely to take on a bit of an erratic, unpredictable movement as it gets closer to landfall due to the Sierra Madre del Sur mountain range, which is a very jagged, very harsh topography, and tropical cyclones, when they hit stuff like that, much like you'll see sometimes when typhoons hit Taiwan, they'll start doing like crazy different directions at the last minute right before they make landfall. We could see that here. We saw that last year with John, right? He was coming in, trying to make landfall a little bit ways south of Acapulco, and his eye did actually cross shore well to the south of Acapulco, but then the minute it did, boom, it like shot straight northwest, and then the core actually ended up going straight over the city of Acapulco, which at that time, and still is, but at that time especially, that was September last year, was still recovering from the catastrophic destruction of Hurricane Otis. So when this thing gets close to land, we could see some crazy unpredictable movement. We're trying to see how soon we're going to get recon in here, and that's going to tell us the strength, right? That's going to tell us the intensity, pressure in the eye, the maximum winds in the eye wall, hopefully. But then also importantly, whether or not we've had a jog in movement, right? Whether or not Hurricane Erick here is kind of jogging east or jogging north and might make landfall in the state of Oaxaca sooner than anticipated. At current, as of the latest advisory, this is the National Hurricane Center's official forecast track, and that predicts a landfall in western Oaxaca, likely as a major hurricane, sometime early tomorrow morning. It might be overnight, but it could be earlier if we see a jog this direction, right? When I'm talking about an eastward jog, in this case, it's really more of a northeastward jog. But yeah, so we could see that. And if that happens, then Erick could come ashore sooner. So here's something I also want to show. So let's just go to a basic map here. We zoom out on radar scope. So here we have Erick. This is where he's coming in at, getting ominously close. I mean, guys, wow, look at that. Look at this eye wall convection. Holy cow, guys. This is not good. Man. Look at that band. You can see it now because the sun's starting to get a little bit angled. So now you can see the shadows a little bit. And look at that eastern quadrant right now. It is blowing up. What is happening, guys? This is June. This is too early for this crap. Okay, so here's just a basic map here. And when you compare that with where Erick is coming in, all these places right now in Oaxaca, Mexico, need to be on high alert, need to be prepped. So Puerto Angel down here, we've got the city of Puerto Escondido, which I believe so that's Acapulco. So here we have a live cam here, or at least it's an occasionally live cam of Puerto Escondido. So looking a little gray and stormy there. But honestly, though, I think this might be old. And indeed it is. That's from last night. So unfortunately, the Puerto Escondido cam is down. Acapulco is not. So that's a live shot of Acapulco right now. But unless we have something crazy, and don't underestimate anything, right? If you live in Acapulco, you need to be prepared and ready to go right now, because it looks like even if it's not a direct impact, which in that case, if it wasn't a direct impact, Acapulco would be spared the worst of the winds. So that's significant. But as you can see, here, let's reload that. So as of the latest update, Acapulco, we were getting concerned there for a second that it could be Acapulco again, that this suddenly tortured city, tortured by hurricanes, could get hit again by a major. But that doesn't seem likely now, because as of the last update, which was just over an hour ago, Acapulco was actually placed outside of the cone. Corroborating kind of what we're seeing is that Erick is definitely trending on the eastern side of his forecast cone lately. And so as you can see, Acapulco is outside of the cone, but hurricane warnings are still active. So you could still have hurricane force winds in Acapulco. That's what that means. So no one in Acapulco is out of the woods yet. By no means. And this has nothing to do with rainfall, right? So now we're just talking about the track and the winds. But of course, as you know, or as is said often, the impacts of a hurricane can extend far outside the cone. The cone is just a model consensus of where the exact center of the storm is headed. So that is not where the impacts are constrained. The impacts are not constrained inside the cone. They extend well outside of the cone. And as you can see that right here, in fact, Acapulco is kind of half and half, which is kind of interesting. It's like the hurricane warning ends at the city, and then that's where it kind of transitions to a tropical storm warning, meaning that hopefully they're not anticipating hurricane force winds, but they're still possible. They're still definitely possible. And then, of course, that says nothing about the rainfall. And if I go back to the NHC's rainfall map, this would be beneficial for Acapulco if this forecast, which is kind of an approximation, but if this more or less comes true, then Acapulco here would get 2 to 4 inches or 50 to 100 millimeters. Now, if that happens in a really short period of time, yeah, that can cause flooding for sure, but that is not like a devastating amount of rainfall. Again, this is an approximation. At this point, Erick is coming in too close. It's too powerful of a system. So you should, if you're in Acapulco or any of the surrounding areas, you need to be prepared by now. You need to be ready and prepared and heeding the advice of local officials and the National Hurricane Center. Any orders, advice from your local officials, definitely heed those. But yeah, so that would, if this forecast right here comes to fruition, that would not be a catastrophic amount of rainfall for Acapulco. That would be nothing like what they saw with John last year. So with this eastern shift, it does indeed look like the worst of the impacts between the rain, because you have the dirty side of the storm and all that, so the rain is going to be more shifted on the eastern side of the storm. And it does indeed look like, even though places in eastern and southeastern Guerrero could definitely get, because those colors, like, look at that. That 12 to 16 inches of rain, which is 300, 400 millimeters, that extends into Guerrero. So if you're in eastern or southeastern Guerrero, you're under the gun, right? And based on the forecast trajectory of Erick, I think he is going to pass through that state at some point. So maybe he's not going to be a major hurricane, right? Maybe he's not going to have major hurricane force winds at that point, because he's going to be inland and very quickly shredded by mountains. But hurricane force winds, extreme rainfall, right? Down trees, flash flooding, mudslides, all that's going to be possible. So don't get me wrong, Guerrero's not in the clear, but it definitely seems like with the latest trends, we're looking at maybe the impacts are a little bit more centered on Oaxaca, which is interesting, because the first forecast advisory, the first few, did indicate that Oaxaca was going to be the epicenter for this event, for this hurricane. We didn't know if that was going to come true because then there were some westward shifts. Indeed, it looked at one point that the landfall location was going to be very close to Acapulco, maybe even identical to John from last year. And you know what? I keep referencing these storms, and maybe you don't like, maybe they're not fresh in mind. So I'm going to go here. So this is a historical archive of these specific hurricanes here. And as you can see, I've outlined this general area here, which shows this is delineating hurricanes in the month of June within this white dotted line. And so as you can see, as you can see though, there's not much. There's not much in the way of hurricanes historically. The last time we had, it wasn't that long ago that we had a Category 2 make landfall, right? So Hurricane Agatha, 2022, she actually made landfall as a Category 2 in May, not June. But still, it's before July, so it's significant. Estonia Weather says, Recon exiting Mexico now and entering the Pacific Ocean. Okay. Yeah. I've got a chat feature here, guys. It's not working yet, so I'm going to try to work on that here. But anyway, so to this historical database here. Not much in the way of hurricanes. Last time we had one happen, it was May, but basically we call it June. It was Agatha, 2022, sorry. The last time we had a hurricane make landfall in Oaxaca in the month of June, specifically, that was Carlotta back in 2012. And you can keep going, but it's pretty slim. Our options here, our historical options. So this database, it goes back to 1851, so that covers storms that made landfall. There's Dolores in 1974. She made landfall near Acapulco as a Category 1, but notice what stands out, right? In this delineated area, in the Pacific, in the month of June, no major hurricanes. No major hurricanes. So we are seeing something historic right now. Historic, guys, unfold before our eyes. No joke. This is going to be the first time ever that we've, that looks like the satellite data. So let's go to goes west. Because I don't want that warning signal flashing. So now we got a little bit of a faster loop, but that tells its own story too here. And man, guys, you can just see how fast Erick is spinning right now, how fast that convection is spinning. I want you to focus on the eye wall. This is the strongest part of the storm. This is the most dangerous part of the storm. And my goodness, that is really starting to churn. I would be very interested to see if the eye fully clears out to the surface of the ocean before sunset. That would be a pretty crazy sight if we could see that here before the sun goes down. Wow, guys, wow. Really bad news, guys. Really bad news. Hurricane Erick is just becoming a monster right now off the coast of Oaxaca. Huge convective bursts in the eye wall. And again, you're just starting to see some of that low level spin in the eye. All right, so this is a bit of an interesting piece of information. So Erick Webb on X says Hurricane Erick looks to be in the latter stages of an eye wall replacement cycle at the moment, with a recent microwave pass showing concentric banding around the eye wall. Also, the apparent slight degradation of Erick on infrared satellite, as well as a rather large trachoidal wobble of the eye the past few hours. So that's the wobble we were noticing, right? That little bit of an eastward shift is another subtle hint that we're in the latter stages of an eye wall replacement cycle. Interesting. So kind of maybe a brief, unexpected eye wall replacement cycle. All right, so it hasn't all. If you look under the hood with microwave imagery, it hasn't been all complete smooth sailing for Erick. We can try to check on microwave imagery here. See if this will load. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow, guys, look at that. Look at that. Estonia weather reporting that reconnaissance has entered the eastern Pacific Ocean and 34 knot winds have been reported so far. Recon's getting close, but wow. That's an interesting development, guys. So we have kind of a weird little eye wall replacement cycle happening, and you can see that where the tiny core, so you can see that eye wall, primary eye wall right here building up, and then this secondary rain band comes in and is trying to take it over. And like Erick Webb just said, holy moly, look at that. So that explains a lot, actually, if you take a look at what we've been watching here. And you know what? Let's go here. So I want to show you what we're talking about here. So if we go back to, so how long ago was that? 3 hours? 4 hours. So that was the visible imagery 4 hours ago, guys. Right? That's when the first recon flight got in there. And then here was the infrared imagery 3 hours ago. So this is certainly, I guess in a sense you could argue that this was actually when Erick looked the most intense on infrared satellite imagery up to this point. So that's a replay. And in that 3 hours, it appears that tiny core, so this small red this partial red band that did close up into a full eyeball there, that may have been what that was. And then the reason Erick kind of blew up a little bit on infrared, he didn't blow up, but he took on that 9 shape, right? You notice that he took on that 9 shape. And if you remember, this is actually, this right here, this is actually reminiscent of, so if you look back at Milton in October of last year, so you had Milton reach his Cat 5 peak intensity, his initial peak intensity, gets close to Yucatan, eye wall replacement cycle starts, and it took a while to finish. But when that eye wall replacement cycle was in its latter stages, Milton had this kind of this 9 shape, which, and I can't believe, I can't remember if that was before or after the famous Milton skull, the skull of Milton on infrared, but it was close. It was related. So that indeed is the look of an eye wall replacement cycle, and I noticed that earlier on infrared when there was a lot of swirling movement that looked to be in the eye wall, and now at first I thought maybe that was mesovortices, but it turns out, because we just read that post by Erick Webb, it turns out, oh shoot, I didn't mean to go there. I'm going back to microwave because this is super interesting. Turns out that was some kind of strange out of nowhere eye wall replacement cycle. And if you're asking, has that taken down what may have been the max intensity for Erick? I guess maybe. I guess perhaps, but we haven't seen super definitive weakening. And in fact, satellite estimates suggest that Erick has actually continued to intensify throughout this, what looks to be like this eye wall replacement cycle here. So I'm not sure we can say, yes, it's eye wall replacement cycle. It's going to start weakening here right before it comes into landfall. It's still several hours away from landfall, so it's going to start weakening here. It's going to degrade, and we're going to get a much weaker storm. Rainfall will still be a problem, but unfortunately, I think winds are still going to be a problem because it looks like through this eye wall replacement cycle, Erick has continued to intensify. Now, I think maybe he hasn't intensified as fast as if he had kept that tiny core. Now, you can see on microwave, that is a really tiny core, that first one, before this big, look at that big red ring shows up. That is the secondary eye wall. That is the eye wall replacement cycle. That's the secondary eye wall attempting to take control. And according to Erick Webb, and according to, who's a very reliable source for tropical cyclone information and science as it's happening, according to Erick Webb and this microwave imagery, Erick might have just kind of more steadily intensified through that eye wall replacement cycle, perhaps not missing a beat. And if we finish with this eye wall replacement cycle completing itself here, which apparently it looks like it might be in the stages of doing, so maybe a quick eye wall replacement cycle here, then we might see another round, or I guess maybe a distinctive secondary round of a rapid intensification for Erick that might go a little bit faster than what we've seen up to this point. Because what we've seen up to this point, there's been a little bit of a hindrance, just a little bit of a hindrance due to a very brief and unexpected eye wall replacement cycle. But again, I'm not sure if that eye wall replacement cycle is going to is going to save us from a major hurricane landfall here. Unfortunately, I don't think it is, because it looks like that secondary eye wall, the soon-to-be primary eye wall, which is currently killing off the inner one. Oh my goodness, look at that. Guys, look at this. That is evil looking. Wow. Look at this. So, yeah, I think when you're getting a gap here, these are all signs. So usually when you get gaps and kind of weird swirling and odd formation type stuff in a hurricane's eye wall like this, usually you can attribute it to an eye wall replacement cycle. So indeed, that's what we're seeing. But throughout this eye wall, normally when we look at an EWRC, one of the earliest indications of one happening is one instigating is that secondary eye wall comes in. Its mission, it's coming in to kill the primary eye wall. And it does that by choking it off, the moisture from the rest of the storm. So it comes in and it starts choking off the core. And then usually we see that primary eye wall, that previously strong primary eye wall, kind of implode. And so then the eye, instead of being clear, it becomes all cloud-filled and messy. But throughout this eye wall replacement cycle, we have seen the eye just incrementally get clearer, right? It's just gotten a little bit clearer and a little bit clearer. So it's still hazy, right? You can still see that blue on infrared. There's still some clouds in there, but it's just gotten clearer through this eye wall replacement cycle. And we are looking at the possibility that if this secondary eye wall becomes a primary eye wall, right? If it completes the cycle here. Oh, excuse me. That was the email. I want to publish that. Haha. No, but if you look here on microwave, you can see that the secondary eye wall, which is this big red ring that pops up second, boom, right there, and that is really striking microwave imagery. That secondary ring, if that takes control, then there's no reason to believe that intensification won't continue and possibly even accelerate before that red. Now you can see this red ring. When that red ring hits shore here, at any point, now it might not come directly on shore. If Erick does do this kind of northwestern slide, this scrape slide kind of angle across Oaxaca's and Guerrero's coastline in Mexico, and it kind of goes along the shore there, it might result in the eye wall coming on shore, but not the eye. And since we designate landfalls when the eye comes ashore, we might see some weakening. I'm saying the weakening trend might start, I would think, when that red ring, when that inner structure, because Erick's rain bands are already coming on shore, right? Rain is already pouring down right now as we speak in Oaxaca, priming the ground, saturating the soil dangerously, perhaps. So the rain bands are already on shore. The outer rain bands are already on shore. It's when that red core right there, though, once that starts hitting the Sierra Madre del Sur mountain range, especially if it does it in a kind of sideways manner, that side scraping, scraping the parallel to the northwest, like the National Hurricane Center forecast cone suggests, then we could have a weaker storm at landfall. But whichever location encounters that eye wall as it comes ashore, they're going to be in some trouble, because major hurricane force winds are nothing to laugh at, and they can be potentially devastating depending on how strong they are, if they're translating to the surface really well. And so we're watching here, but interesting development. Got an eye wall replacement cycle. By the way, I noticed we've gotten 2 likes from YouTube, which is the first time that we've gotten likes from YouTube, because this is the first time we're streaming on that platform. Last year we did a couple streams for some of the most significant storms. I think we did for Hurricane Beryl, Helene, Milton, and then we also did one for Typhoon Gamey. So we did a couple streams last year, but they were exclusively on X. This year, we're going to be doing our streams both on X and YouTube, so you can follow us on either of our social media platforms there. That's Backperch Weather on YouTube and at Backperch Crew on X. But I noticed we got 2 likes from our watchers on YouTube, so thank you very much for whoever that was. Thank you for tuning in. And Estonia weather, satellite estimated pressure and Vmax are 953.6 millibars, 107 knots. So again, satellite estimates say Erick continues to intensify despite the eye wall replacement cycle. That is ongoing. Let me play infrared here real quick before going back to visible. And yeah, just, we got peeking out just a little bit there. For a split second there, for the first time, we had a little narrow corridor where it was completely clear down to the ocean surface. So despite the eye wall replacement cycle, that has maybe slowed Erick's rapid intensification. When I say slowed, you know, it's kind of, it's really just kind of made it a bit more of a steady intensification rather than, oh my goodness, dropping 6 millibars every 30 minutes. But all other indications are, based on satellite data, is that Erick has somehow continued intensifying throughout this unexpected eye wall replacement cycle. What's worse, the eye wall replacement cycle seems to be wrapping up. And if it wraps up, then we could see continued intensification, potentially accelerated intensification with a much bigger eye wall. Now this is crazy that we have an eye wall replacement cycle ongoing and it's happening so fast and apparently so smoothly. And now we're dealing with a much bigger eye wall. It looks like a microwave imagery because, again, that eye wall, that new eye wall that's taking shape, that is magnitudes larger than the one it is killing off and replacing. So that's not good either. Usually I'd say an eye wall replacement cycle is good because it could weaken the storm a little bit before landfall. But no, that doesn't seem to be the case. And Estonia weather, with the great updates here from satellite-based estimates, and it's been steadily going down, that satellite estimated pressure, and that completely fits with what we're seeing right now, which is a steady clearing of the eye. The warmer the eye gets, the clearer it becomes, and we've just been slowly inching towards total clarity, straight from space down to the surface of the ocean, seeing from space down to the surface of the ocean. And that's really concerning because then Erick has the opportunity to really start dropping his pressure, really start lobbing the millibars off. And that's not good. So breaking news, guys, breaking news situation we got here. And we have a comment from YouTube, our first one. Thank you to Lee Yin Ho, asking, where could landfall likely be from now? So that is a tricky question, and it is trickier than normal because this specific region, so I'll zoom out here. So this is where we are in the Pacific. And this specific region, and it's due to a lot of it, some of it's atmospheric, some of it has to do with the mountain ranges, the Sierra Madre del Sur. This is a very massive and jagged mountain range here in southwest Mexico, but especially Oaxaca, the state of Oaxaca, where we think Erick could make landfall. And the problem is with timing out when Erick is going to make landfall, is that this is an area where we've had storms the last 2 years, Otis in 2023 and John in 2024. Both of those were essentially complete forecasting failures because they made landfall hundreds of miles away and literally days sooner than their initial forecast cone expected. Now, the forecasts have not fared as badly here so far with Erick, but as the system continues to approach land here, we could see an erratic jog to the west or northwest maybe that could delay landfall by several hours if the storm chooses to kind of ride along the coastline of Mexico. Because remember, landfall is delineated as to when the eye comes on shore. So where could landfall likely be from now? We're thinking, I mean, we have our landfall countdown up there in the upper left corner, and we have that set at 12 hours based on the National Hurricane Center's last advisory. But because of this unexpected eye wall replacement cycle, and this is where all these things tie in, because of this unexpected eye wall replacement cycle, we've seen a bit of an eastward or northward jog with Hurricane Erick. And if he continues on that path, or maybe he doesn't continue on the path, right? Maybe he resumes his regular movement, but because of that hour replacement cycle kind of throwing the center off a little bit as the core itself is eaten away at by a new secondary ring of thunderstorms that's now taking over, ready to become the new core, the new eye wall, that has instigated this little bit of an eastward jog, and that could cause landfall to come a bit sooner. Generally speaking, landfall from now, early tomorrow morning at the latest, possibly overnight tonight. So I think at this point, maximum, you see 12 hours and 15 minutes up there. I'm going to adjust that based on the National Hurricane Center's next positioning, right? When recon gets in there, we're going to get an exact position on the exact coordinates of where that eye is. And I'll adjust it based on that, and then I'll adjust it based on the next forecast cone when what the next forecast cone says landfall could be. My expectation is that I'll be adjusting it downward, and we're actually less than 12 hours away from landfall. But you can kind of use that as just a basic guide, because really hurricanes in here in this region have proved to be sort of a guessing game as to when they officially come on shore. So at most, I think at most 12 hours from now. But we'll see. I don't know. But sometime within the next, I don't think it's going to be, I think it's going to be after 6 hours. So after 6 hours, but before 12 hours from now. Lee Yin-ho with another question. Would those to the right be prepared enough? I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. You know, we've been talking about this. We've been talking about this hurricane, you know, for several days now, and officials have been warning about it. It's not like Otis in 2023. It's not a complete surprise from out of nowhere. That's annoying. Let me get that to stop. It's not a complete surprise from out of nowhere. So even though we have had insanely rapid intensification today, we woke up to a minimal hurricane. We now have a very fearsome looking Category 3 storm. Despite that, though, it has been well predicted for a while now that the conditions were primed for rapid intensification. So this is crazy, and it's certainly and it's surprising from the aspect that it's June. And we're seeing this happen in June, and we're about to have the first ever landfall, in all likelihood, the first ever major landfalling Pacific hurricane in the month of June that we know of. So that fact is surprising just in and of itself. But as for the hurricane's impact, I certainly hope everyone on the coast of Oaxaca is prepared, because there has been pretty sufficient warning to this storm up to this point. So I certainly hope so. If we look here on a map, this entire swath of Oaxaca, right? So all these cities, Puerto Angel, El Puertecito, what is that? Brises de Zicatela? Probably not pronounced that right. Puerto Escondido, though, that city. El Casalote. All of these areas. I definitely hope you're prepared, because it's not just the winds you have to worry about. Talking about what Lee Yin-ho is talking about here, would those to the right be prepared enough? Look at the rainfall, the expected rainfall totals to the right of Erick's potential landfall location. That's a lot of rain. And because of the mountainous terrain, that rain can be locally enhanced and lead to very dangerous mudslides. Because this is the Sierra Madre del Sur, very harsh terrain, very mountainous, that can enhance rainfall, but also lead to flash floods that are much more violent in nature than if you had kind of a flat topography. So definitely advisable. At this point, it's getting too late to prepare. I don't know what you could probably prepare something, but at this point, it's getting pretty late for preparations. And as you can see, even though our satellite data is kind of getting a little cut off here, but as you can see, these please stop. But these rain bands, they're already coming in to the right of the storm. These are really intense thunderstorms right here. Really intense rain banding. Really intense thunderstorms. Actually extending as far over here. I mean, that's almost in the Yucatan Peninsula. But they shouldn't get super heavy rainfall there. But this whole area in Oaxaca getting big time rainfall right now. Big time rainfall right now. Big time flooding risk. So you have to be prepared for rainfall there for sure, but also for winds. Because with this northward wobble that you can see illustrated with this satellite loop right there, you can see it's kind of like, it's kind of going to the north. That could result in a sooner than expected landfall, especially Puerto Escondido. Like, I know a lot of people live in Puerto Escondido. In that city, they were initially the epicenter for the first kind of forecast. Then it shifted west, and everyone was like, oh my gosh, no, not Acapulco again. Well, since then, it shifted back east. And so I hope everyone in Puerto Escondido is ready in case of that potential for there to be a direct landfall. Now, that'd be really bad, right? Puerto Escondido is a pretty major city, and that at this point, I think that's our reasonable worst case scenario in terms of the storm rapidly intensifying into landfall and all the different areas it could hit. A direct landfall into the city of Puerto Escondido at this point, I think, is our reasonable worst case scenario. So we don't, and I believe Josh Morgerman, who will be hopefully intercepting the core of this beast. He's down there in Mexico, and I believe he posted that he was going to Puerto Escondido. So he thinks that might be where it's going to go down, maybe to the east or west of that. But Puerto Escondido, they're going to have much more severe impacts than Acapulco will probably at this point. Three likes from YouTube. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for watching. If you're just tuning in, we've talked a lot about this being potentially a major hurricane, a Category 3 hurricane. The reason it does not say Cat 3 right there, the reason that says Cat 2 is because that Cat 2, that 110 miles per hour, that was the last official advisory and update from the National Hurricane Center. So that's the last official strength designation for Hurricane Erick, right? So we're sitting here, we're looking at how the satellite imagery has improved, and Estonia Weather has been providing us with updates in the comments of satellite estimates of what the satellites think the storm is doing based on its appearance. And all of those indications tell us intuitively that this is almost certainly a major Category 3 hurricane right now with the pressure. So it says 967 right there. Satellites are currently estimating that it's down to 953, a substantial drop, and that the winds, what is 107 knots? I'm probably not as familiar enough with the knots to miles per hour conversion that I should be, being someone who tracks these for. So 107 knots is almost 125 miles per hour. So that's almost high-end Category 3, borderline Category 4. Category 4 starts at 126 miles per hour. So, whoa, right? So those satellite estimates are suggesting we have a storm 15 miles per hour stronger than what you're seeing on your screen right now, which is 110 miles per hour. Again, that says that because that was our last official update from the National Hurricane Center. And when we get a new update, hopefully from Recon, we will probably almost certainly update that to Category 3. But the reason that says Cat 2 right now is because that was the last official confirmed update from the National Hurricane Center, and ultimately they know more than we do. So we're just going to stick to their official updates. But when we get Recon in there, I believe we will update this, all of it, Cat 3, and then let's see how closely the satellite estimates, because those are just estimates based on visual cues and structural components, but that's all being analyzed from space. That's not a real physical plane in there getting wind measurements and pressure measurements and all that stuff. That's the hard data. So that's where the official updates come from, and we're going to wait on that before upgrading Erick officially to a Category 3 hurricane. Yep. Look at that thing whirl. Man. Sebastian Alman Lopez, question in the chat. Is it still predicted to land in Pinotepa National, Oaxaca? Well, let's see where Pinotepa National is. So yeah, based on the current, or I guess based on the last National Hurricane Center advisory, yes, I would be ready for some pretty gnarly conditions in Pinotepa Nacional, because that might very well be. I mean, let's see here. Like if we go to the cone here, and we look at the trajectory here, that is taking the core of Hurricane Erick, potentially as a major hurricane, right through southwest Oaxaca. And sorry. You know what? Let me get rid of that. And it looks like Pinotepa Nacional, that is, yeah, that's in pretty much the crosshairs for a potential direct hit. At least according to the last official update from the National Hurricane Center. So yes, it is still predicted as of the last update to strike or impact Pinotepa Nacional and Oaxaca, and it could be a pretty significant impact if Erick comes ashore as a major hurricane, because that's currently what's forecast. And everything we're seeing on satellite now suggests that we have a major hurricane on our hands. It's not official. Satellite estimates are suggesting that the last official update had this storm as a Cat 2. But, oh man. Yes, we are looking likely, very likely, we are looking at a major hurricane. And that is a really formidable storm with a really powerful core, and possibly just now completing an eyewall replacement cycle. So now he has an even bigger eyewall potentially than he did earlier. So this is a very dangerous situation. And yes, Pinotepa Nacional, you could have dangerous impacts there. There is a very real chance. And again, that we don't know exactly where the core of Erick is going to go. We could and are actually likely to see some erratic movement in some fashion when the storm gets really close to landfall. So we can't say anything for certain. We can't say, hey, this specific location, you're for sure going to get hit with the eye wall, or whether it's inland or on the coast, you're going to get hit with the eye wall. You're going to have major wind damage or something like that. We can't say any of that with certainty. But as of right now, Pinotepa Nacional and other areas around it in southwest Oaxaca, you guys have a very real chance of getting big time impacts, right? Potentially devastating winds and potentially, devastating rainfall, maybe locally. But that's what we're looking at here with Erick as the biggest two threats: rainfall, torrential rainfall, which can cause mudslides and flooding, and strong major hurricane force winds. So Pinotepa Nacional, you may at one point in the night, if Erick does make landfall in southwest Oaxaca and take roughly a trajectory very similar to the last National Hurricane Center cone, if that happens, it could be a rough night, and at a certain point you may need to take some form of shelter in places like Pinotepa Nacional, because again, you don't want to mess around with major hurricane force winds. Right, and that's a town that's a little bit inland in Oaxaca, so you might not get the full force of it as you would on landfall. Right, the eyewall is probably going to weaken a little bit as it travels that far inland over some pretty harsh terrain. But if it takes that anywhere close to that forecast track, it could be pretty serious. So get ready there. Uh-oh. Let's turn this down. shoot. Let me move this here. Northeast Ohio weather. How much stock are we putting into 18Z ships? I don't know. What did 18, what was that? What did that say? Let me look that up. High-end Category 3, low-end Category 4 by landfall or near landfall. Interesting. So, yeah, high-end Category 3, low-end Category 4. I mean, we might already be there. We might already be at a high-end Category 3. If the satellite estimates are correct, then we're already there. But we'll have to see recon to confirm. 5 likes on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in. Northeast Ohio weather also says I've got an echo. Ooh, that's not good. Am I still echoing, guys? Gosh darn it. I'm gonna have to fix that if I keep echoing. But yeah, so high-end Category 3, low-end Category 4. Oh yeah, that's definitely the most realistic. That's definitely the most realistic outcome at this point in time. Okay, Supernova22 says I don't hear an echo. Okay. Thank you, Supernova22. Who also says, damn, face reveal. I always wondered who was behind all those colorful tweets. Thank you, Supernova22. Yes, face reveal. Back perch weather, face reveal. Supernova22, my personal peak for Erick is 125 miles per hour. Seems like it's going through an eyewall replacement cycle currently. Right on, Supernova22. Erick is going through an eyewall replacement cycle at this very moment, and here is the microwave imagery to prove it. So you can see there the inner core building really tight, inner core almost a pinhole eye, and then boom, right at the last. I can't pause these because they're GIF loops. But right at the end of there, that microwave imagery, you can see that big red ring, that new eye wall coming in and suffocating the inner one, taking over. So indeed, Supernova22, we are seeing an eye wall replacement cycle. Now, we actually, here, I'll actually go back in case we have new people tuning in here. And I'm going to go back to the Erick Webb post. So Erick Webb posted, and this was at 4:17. So this is almost 2 hours ago now. Erick Webb posted, Hurricane Erick looks to be in the latter stages of an eyewall replacement cycle at the moment, with a recent microwave pass showing concentric banding around the eyewall. Also, the apparent slight degradation of Erick on infrared satellite, as well as a rather large trachoidal wobble, I love the word trachoidal, don't you? of the eye the past few hours is another subtle hint that we're in the latter stages of an eyewall replacement cycle. So indeed, we are going through an eyewall replacement cycle. Almost 2 hours ago, though, Erick Webb noted, based on microwave imagery, that EWRC appeared to be finishing up. So, could 125 miles per hour be the peak? I mean, absolutely. It might be there now. The satellite estimates suggest that Erick is already 125 miles per hour. Is he actually? We don't know for sure. Could he be just under that and he's about to hit it? Maybe. And, maybe he does organize a little bit more and try to intensify, but then gets hit with the mountains, right? Start getting too close to those really jagged mountains in Oaxaca. That's the Sierra Madre del Sur mountain range. And he starts weakening, and there's too much land interaction. You get some dry air intrusion, starts scraping along the coastline, and that'll end the intensification phase. So I think it's possible we could get to Cat 4, maybe. But yeah, 125 miles per hour, certainly a plausible peak. If it makes and of course, if it makes landfall in Oaxaca anywhere near that intensity, that's still an incredibly dangerous hurricane. That is a major hurricane force winds. Nothing to laugh at. Nothing that you shouldn't take very seriously. So if you're in Oaxaca, if you're in the path of this storm, be ready. I hope you're ready now because it's coming, and it's coming. It's coming in pretty hard. Sebastian Ailman Lopez, thank you very much. And what would be the forecast for Acapulco? We are preparing for it here, but we expect the impact to be less than Hurricane Otis in 2023. Yes, pretty much at this point, it's a certainty. You're going to have a wind impact that is nowhere close to Hurricane Otis in 2023, right? Otis was insane, right? A full-fledged Category 5, absolute destruction, completely just tore up Acapulco, decimated a metropolitan city, really crazy stuff. Yeah, no, so Erick is not going to produce any wind damage in Acapulco that, anything along the lines of Otis. Now, there will be tropical storm force winds. There's a pretty good likelihood of that. And the core, even if, as you can see, Acapulco, after being in the cone for a while, is no longer in the cone. That doesn't mean that we couldn't, again, unexpected things happen here. I don't want to say anything for certain. Unexpected things happen here. But for the moment, it appears that Acapulco will be spared a truly direct hit because they are now actually outside of the cone. Now, of course, the cone, that is not where the impacts are constrained. Okay, remember the cone is just a consensus of models of where the exact center of Erick is going to go. So that does not mean just because that Acapulco is outside of the cone that they're not going to get, potentially severe impacts or at least significant impacts. That doesn't mean that at all. No. The impacts, definitely tropical storm force winds. They have a tropical storm warning, and then the hurricane warning goes right up to them. So that tells you that the NHC thinks it's possible that Acapulco could still have hurricane force winds. That's dangerous, of course, too, right? Power outages, potentially falling trees, or certain types of trees, not palm trees, but certain types of trees will get broken off and maybe uprooted in those sorts of winds. So, power outages, probably to be expected. Heavy rain, gusty winds, all of that. If Erick takes the western edge right here of the cone, so remember, that is still in the cards, right? That could still easily happen. So if Erick decides to take this western edge of the cone, then, well, dang, Acapulco could be getting some really serious winds. Now, if that starts to trend and happen, we're going to see a response from the NHC. We're going to see hurricane warnings go up, right, and across all of Acapulco, and we're going to know at some point whether or not that's going to happen here in the next couple hours of if we're going to see a really dramatic westward shift and Erick comes in for a more direct or near direct landfall in Acapulco. So if Erick takes the western edge, you could be, again, these things are hard to estimate because if Erick were to take that western edge, and he might be like here at this point, if he deviates and takes this western edge, he might, it's hard to say whether he would be affected by the mountain ranges and start weakening if he took that western edge, which is more out to sea. Is it enough out to sea that he could, intensify to an even scarier intensity, right? If he takes that western edge and deviates, could he become a Category 4? And then by the time he hits Acapulco gets like Category 2, 3 force winds. That's within the realm of possibility. I don't think that's the most likely outcome at the moment because the trochoidal wobble, as mentioned in Erick Webb's post, that was caused by the eye wall replacement cycle, which appears to be wrapping up about now, that wobble was in the opposite direction, to the east and to the north. Could we just as easily wobble back? Yes, but just in the very near term, we have seen a wobble away from Acapulco as opposed to towards it. But if we see that deviation, we'll tell you, right? We'll start talking about it and trying to sound the alarm on that. So right now it's unfortunately a waiting game for some of these places because we have a lot of unpredictability and a lot of variability that can come into play once this. Because again, once Erick gets too close to these mountains, how fast or how quickly he starts weakening, that's up for grabs. But mountains almost like this almost certainly cause tropical cyclones to do last minute weird crazy deviations in track, and that can result in a whole different, a whole range of possibilities. Even now, as you can see, even though the cone is narrow because we're so close to landfall, look at the spread, right? Look at how far we could have a landfall almost directly over Puerto Escondido, or almost it would be south. It would be southeast of Acapulco, but pretty close. I mean, that's a lot, right? That's a huge range. So even though the cone is skinny, because of this parallel movement, we still have a lot of coastline that could ultimately end up winning the unlucky gamble of facing the eye wall head on at landfall. And that eye wall is likely to be a really scary and really powerful one. Supernova 22, what do you think has been the main factors into a busy start for the EPAC? Meanwhile, the Atlantic looks just dead. Usually by now, we would be looking at a couple of decent looking waves in the MDR. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting for sure, especially since the overall seasonal forecast for the East Pacific this year, it's actually forecast to be below average. Because of below average water temperatures in the overall Eastern Pacific Basin, and just because Erick is taking advantage here, let me go back to the action, and oh man, it's just like every time I look at it, I just can't believe my eyes that we're seeing this in the East Pacific approaching Mexico. But yeah, it's like the overall seasonal forecast for the East Pacific is below average because this pocket right here is like the only pocket where we have super warm waters. If you actually look at the East Pacific at large, the SST anomalies are way below average. So that's leading. Yet here we are in this early round of storms, and we've had the earliest E-named storm on record in the East Pacific, which would normally be indicative, right, of a below average season upcoming. That would usually, you think, oh, this is going to be a crazy season in the East Pacific, and up to this point, it has been. Right? We had Alvin form on May 28th, and after Alvin, we had Hurricane Barbara, weak Category 1 hurricane, and then tropical storms Cosme Delilah. So Alvin, Barbara, Cosme Delilah, and now Erick, all within the span of 3 weeks. Right? So this has been super crazy in the East Pacific. What's holding the Atlantic down? Subsidence, dry air, stability, and an unfavorable MGO pulse. The whole atmosphere of the Atlantic right now is just completely hostile to tropical formation, where if you go across the Central American, well, not continent, but if you go across the North American continent down in Central America and you just cross oceans into the Pacific, the MJO pulse and overall conditions here have been very favorable, and that's why we've seen, boom, 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 one after another. But yeah, it is interesting, and I think I want to look at it into more detail, like after the fact, right after Erick, and also we might have another storm. As hard as this is to believe, I've heard rumors that we could see yet another consecutive East Pacific storm behind Erick. Like, oh my goodness, I can't even keep up with these. But if that happens, then after all that, I'm going to do a deeper. I want to do a deeper dive and see like what happened there, because favorable conditions don't necessitate that you're going to have just this chain, or I guess not chain reaction, just this conveyor belt of one storm after another coming off, and then they're so close too. Like they're so close to Mexico. These aren't forming out in the randomness of the Pacific. These are forming really close to land. Now, the 4 previous ones I mentioned, they curved out and were relatively weak, so their impacts were minor. But now we're looking at Erick. He's completely changed the game, and his impacts are going to be major. These are going to be big-time, major hurricane impacts. Hopefully everyone's okay by the end of it, and we can also hope for, because there's a lot of population here in Oaxaca, so someone's going to get something. We can hope for, on an overall damage perspective, it would definitely be better if Erick made landfall in a sparsely populated area as opposed to a major city like Puerto Escondido, which is a possibility. But yeah, Erick has completely changed the game here and is really setting himself apart. I'm just going to check infrared one more time before sunset because I don't want to waste what we have left of visible. Yep, just a really well organized storm. CDO symmetry is not like off the charts crazy. It's not off the charts explosively intensifying. And I think it would have been, right? I think we would have seen explosive intensification with that tiny core. Because usually you need a really tiny core for truly explosive intensification. That's what we had with Otis and John in the same region, really tiny core. But that tiny core with Erick did not survive an eye wall replacement cycle attempt at a much larger rain band that's been closing in and suffocating that inner core and now looks to be about replacing it. That has slowed the intensification rate down, even though it looks like we've still seen strengthening through the EWRC, which is pretty remarkable in and of itself. And so yeah, this is a very, very powerful and fearsome Category 3 major hurricane presentation, even though it's still officially a Cat 2. The next update is coming in within the next 40 minutes, so we're going to be here for that. And I expect an upgrade to major hurricane status for sure. But yeah, until then, we're just going to keep looking at the satellite image because it is so wild. So wild. Supernova 22 seems like 2024-25 did a complete 180. Last year around this time, models were sniffing Hurricane Beryl and EPAC was in deep slumber. Exactly. I said, I can't believe it. Back-to-back years of a rare June, soon, in Erick's case, soon to be major hurricane. And that's just the thing. Last year in the Atlantic, we had Beryl coming off of Africa, I think it was a week from now, it would be the 1-year anniversary of Beryl forming. And she formed in quick succession, took advantage of unusually favorable environments in the Atlantic, rapidly intensified, broke all sorts of records for June and July hurricanes. So Beryl was an example of a historically powerful hurricane for the month of June in the Atlantic. And now with Erick this year, we are seeing an example of a historically powerful hurricane in the month of June in the Pacific. So Erick is kind of just like a parallel example of Beryl from last year. And like Beryl, he's unfortunately heading towards landfall, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty significant landfall. Once again, thank you to everyone who has liked the stream and who is watching. This is our first time streaming in 2025 and our first time dual streaming on both X and YouTube. So we're excited about expanding to multiple platforms. And also thank you everyone for the comments. We have 32 comments. Wow. Thank you so much for all the comments, and keep them coming. You know, I love to put comments up on stream here and read them out if you have any questions about whether like the science of the storm maybe, or if you have a question about what potential impacts you could face on the ground if you're in the path of the storm. You know, feel free to comment, because we really like including that in the live streaming experience here covering these hurricanes. Zooming in on Oaxaca, we can start to see that the super torrential rainfall embedded within Erick's central dense overcast is now starting to come over. So this is not the eye wall. This is central dense overcast, and it's now starting to come over the coast of Oaxaca. So right down here, let's see where that is. You know, who's getting this really heavy rainfall? So Puerto Escondido and the areas to the east of the city of Puerto Escondido, they're now getting, I would imagine, unfortunately we don't have radar here, so we can't say for certain, but it looks like they're getting pretty serious rainfall now as the central dense overcast starts to come ashore. Normally with a hurricane this close, we'd say, man, landfall is just a few hours away, but because of the unpredictable nature storms have exhibited in this region of the world, and because Erick, despite his more recent wobbles to the east and north, is supposed to take a trajectory that will actually parallel him to the coast. So if I can illustrate that here, even though it does look like he's taking a jog more this direction, what the National Hurricane Center is saying, and again, we're going to see here in the next 30 minutes what the new advisory says, the new position of Erick, if he has indeed jogged north, and and how significant that jog has been. But the last advisory had a landfall trajectory kind of like this, approximately. Now, could he make landfall here? Could he make landfall here? Could he make landfall here? Like, all of those are options, guys. All of those are options. So we've got to stay vigilant here. And I hope everyone in Oaxaca is prepared, because we just have a wide range. We have a wide range of areas where Erick could make landfall here. So as we approach 2.5 hours since we started this stream for Hurricane Erick, I'm going to take a brief break, but I will be coming back. I'm going to take a break here right before we get the 7 o'clock Central advisory, the intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which is 5 o'clock Pacific time. So we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. And when we come back, we're going to be watching for the next advisory, which should upgrade Hurricane Erick in a very historic fashion. So it's going to be a big one, guys. It's going to be a big one. It should upgrade Erick to a major hurricane. And we'll see just how powerful he is, right? Is he 115, 120, 125 miles per hour, right? We will analyze off that of Category 4 attainment before landfall is in the cards. We'll look at how deep the pressure has fallen. The last update we had 2.5 hours ago, pressure was at 967 millibars. Satellite estimates suggest that it has dropped substantially since then. And also importantly, we're going to look at the new coordinates position of Erick to see if he's jogged east and north, and if we're going to see a landfall further to the east in Oaxaca, and if it's going to come much sooner than the last forecast advisory expected, which in that time frame was about early tomorrow morning or overnight, pre-dawn hours, something like that. So could we see a landfall earlier than that? Perhaps. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with live breaking coverage of Hurricane Erick as he approaches landfall in Oaxaca, Mexico. So we are now waiting. We're now waiting on the next National Hurricane Center advisory on Hurricane Erick, which should be coming out any moment now. Estonia weather 953.8 millibars and 97 knots. I believe, so let's check. I believe he's referring to the Hurricane Hunters. Yes. Okay, guys, we have Hurricane Hunters. Here we go. We have Hurricane Hunters. Okay. Okay, so they've already passed through the eye here. All right, what do we got, guys? Okay, so like Estonia Weather said, here we go. Here is the proof. Here is the recon flight that just went through. That just went through, guys. Just went through. In the eye, Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance found 954 millibars, essentially. So that would be substantially lower than the last advisory. Not crazy, but substantially lower. That's certainly a Category 3 pressure. And winds, so sustained winds of 97 knots, which is 111 miles per hour, which is exactly at Category 3 intensity. So again, that's one pass, and I believe here, let's look here. Okay, so that pass went through the southeastern quadrant and out the northwestern quadrant. So consistent with the last recon flight, we have seen that Erick's strongest winds are overwhelmingly on the northern side, on the northern quadrant of his eye wall. The southern quadrant has been nowhere near as strong. So right there is where those 97 knots, those 111 mile per hour winds were recorded. I can see that now with that kind of light pink there. So that flight did not sample the strongest part of the eye wall, which typically is the northeastern quadrant. So I don't know. Maybe they will upgrade it because they're not going to have enough. The advisory has to come out within the next 20 minutes. So that's any minute now. So I don't know, guys. Do you think they're going to upgrade to major? I mean, I think you'd have to, because they didn't sample. So if the northeast quadrant is typically the strongest side, they didn't sample that. They sampled the northwest quadrant, it looks like, there on that graphic. Okay, so the northwest quadrant, they had 111 mile per hour winds. That's technically the Category 3 threshold, although in reality that's more supportive of the 110 miles per hour that you can see on your screen there below me, that which was the official intensity from our last advisory, which was almost 3 hours ago now. However, the pressure is not 967 millibars, it is 953 millibars. So the pressure is substantially lower. So given that they didn't sample what is likely the strongest side of the storm, and that the pressure is so much lower, then I think we're going to have a Category 3 upgrade here any moment now. So we're waiting on that update now, but so here we have the Hurricane Hunters. They have come through. Estonia weather, a bit off topic from the hurricane topic, but there's a severe thunderstorm warning in Alaska right now. Oh man, didn't they have like a heat advisory or something in Alaska a couple days ago? I thought I saw that. It was like a first time ever or something. They had like an excessive heated, or I don't think it was that, but they had like a heat advisory or something in Alaska. Stuff's crazy up there. What is happening up in Alaska? Lionel W says, still looks like a double eye wall. Not enough evidence for Cat 3 yet. Yeah, that's fair. Only time will tell, guys. Only time will tell. We are going to know any moment now. It really is inevitable at this point. It's gonna happen. Within the next 20 minutes. Less than that. Oh, you know what? This is actually, perfect graphic there. Speaking of double eye walls. You can see right there the double wind maxima, which is what it's called when you have two different areas of strong winds. You kind of you hit, okay, boom, strong winds, and then there's a little bit of a gap, and then you hit another area of strong winds. So that first area, if you're coming in from the perspective of coming in, that is the new outer eye wall trying to take control, and then you hit into this bit of a moat or a gap between the two eye walls in the EWRC, and then you get to the inner eye wall, and then that decaying thing, that causes a spike in winds. So we can actually see that here, right? So see these pinks? Look at that. So it actually went, is that, it looks like it almost, that might be a marker of over 96 knots right there. And so this would be, but you can just see these pink colors, right? So this, this outer eye wall, brief moat, perhaps, because it goes down to that purple. And yes, indeed. So there's the moat right there, and then there's the decaying inner eye wall, going back to pink, and then those different colors, those greens and turquoises. Those are very weak winds. That's the eye, right? And then look at this, guys, look at this. So then when it came out, the hurricane came out the northwest side, pink again. So that's the decaying inner eye wall. But then look, goes back down to purple. And if we come down to this guy here, wait, you guys can't see that. Hold on a second. I gotta get rid of my banner. Oh, okay, that's good. Okay, so there you see it. So on this graph down here, you've got the purple, which is one level below. Wait, guys, wait, hold on a second. There it is. I think we got the update. Okay, yes, guys, we got the update. Breaking news, guys, breaking news. The update just came in. Hold on. Okay, breaking news, guys. Hurricane Erick is now a Category 3 major hurricane with 120 mile per hour sustained winds. And what's the pressure? 953. So 953 millibars. There you go, Pogo. With the comment, NHC just went with 105 knots, 953 mbar. Okay, guys, breaking news. We officially have Major Hurricane Erick, Category 3 hurricane. Oh my goodness. 120 mile per hour sustained winds just now. All right, guys. It's getting serious now. Okay. All right. We officially have a major hurricane. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Major Hurricane Erick. Category 3, 120 mile per hour winds, and a 953 millibar pressure. Wow. Wow. Look at this beast. So that is the official advisory in from the National Hurricane Center, supported. So it's like like I pointed out, they did not find or I don't know, maybe did they on a drop sound? I don't know. But from what I could tell on that initial pass, they didn't explicitly find 120 miles per hour when they passed through the southeast and northwest sides, but because the northeast quadrant, which they didn't go through on their first pass, is historically the strongest side, and with the fact that the pressure has dropped so, pretty substantially down from that last upgrade, 967, now it's 953 millibars, right? So it dropped 14 millibars in 3 hours. That's pretty rapid, guys. That's pretty rapid. So now that we have a 953 millibar pressure, the National Hurricane Center decided to say, okay, we didn't go through the northeast quadrant, which is historically the strongest side, and certainly has appeared to be in the case of this storm. So we're going to go ahead and upgrade it to Category 3, upgrade to 120, based on the pressure and based on that relationship of where the strongest winds are, usually in the eyeball. Wow, guys. Estonia weather upgraded 105. I think it means to say 105 knots. Yeah, 105 knots. 105 knots, 120 miles per hour, and a 953 millibar pressure. Wow, guys. Breaking news. Okay, let me... Here. Oop. Oh, we don't want to do that. So that is the breaking news, guys. That is what we've got now. We've got a full-fledged major hurricane, Category 3, 120 miles per hour. There is no doubt about it. This is almost the exact same strength that Hurricane John was, in almost the exact same place Hurricane John was, in September of last year. Major hurricane status attained just before sunset. Wow. Holy smokes, guys. We've got a full-fledged major hurricane on our hands. All right, so if you're just tuning in, we have just witnessed in the official upgrade of Hurricane Erick to a Category 3 major hurricane. So we are officially dealing with a major hurricane right now. And let's check that position. Okay, so just like we suspected, watching real time and satellite, the position has been upgraded. Erick has, under the last 3 hours, undergone a slight shift to the east, right? He's slightly shifted to the east. looking at this. Yeah, so he's still within the cone. It's not like he's deviated outside of the cone. Remember, the cone, new forecast cones are issued every 6 hours, but then every 3 hours we get these intermediate advisories. So this last one was an intermediate advisory. It's not a new cone. It's not a new cone. So the cone is still the same. However, there is a caution for those further east in Oaxaca, Mexico, that just like we thought we saw on satellite, there has been a shift east. So there's been an eastward shift here in the last couple hours. And that is in likelihood due to the fact that there was an eye wall replacement cycle that kind of initiated in the middle of a rapid intensification process. It caused what's called a trochoidal wobble, and that wobble has kind of shifted the storm's track a little bit more to the east. So that is putting areas in Oaxaca that may have thought like, okay, we're going to miss the core, right? It's going west of us. It's going to hit southwest Oaxaca. That's not for sure now. That's not for sure. So with like with any hurricane, and this is becoming a sorely almost annual type of thing now after Otis in 2023 and John in 2024, all of them, and now Erick here, all making landfall in roughly the same area. This area is notorious for deviating storms at the last minute, so we really just have to watch this minute by minute and report on when the eye wall is actually coming ashore, because we don't know. We don't have a very good idea of where that's actually going to happen, because the storm's forecasted direction of movement was generally towards the northwest, and now we've seen this east movement. It's an eastward shift, but the resultant movement is more north rather than northwest, right? So that is what we are watching now, and there is some concern for people in Oaxaca here who may have thought that they were going to miss the worst of it, and now might be facing the worst of it. As I mentioned previously, on this right east of the city of Puerto Escondido, which in a realistic worst case scenario might be ground zero for Erick ultimately. Hopefully not. I mean, this is a bad situation, right? We're not avoiding a major hurricane landfall at this point. It's going to happen. So at this point, we can just hope that the worst of the storm hits in a sparsely populated area and gets a lot of energy taken out of it by the mountains before it can travel inland and destroy anything super terribly. And remember, I'm only talking about the winds. I'm not even talking about the rain. And the rain's going to happen regardless of what the winds do. And the rain's potentially up to a foot in some places throughout much of coastal Oaxaca, and then maybe eastern and southeastern Guerrero too. You guys could get over a foot, 300 millimeters plus of rain. So that's something to laugh at, especially when you take into account the mountains. You've got the mountains that can orographically enhance rainfall and create mudslides, landslides. So that's what we're tracking here. I'm going to raise that up a little bit. So the central dense overcast now moving over Oaxaca to just to the east of Puerto Escondido. Oh man. Estonia Weather says there were potentially lightning strikes in the inner eye wall. Interesting. Yeah, there have been some indications that the eye wall replacement cycle has been wrapping up, and then there have been other indications like the ongoing double wind maxima confirmed by the hurricane hunters. There have been other indications that the eye wall replacement cycle isn't finished or isn't going as quickly. Looks like there's still an inner eye wall. In other words, it looks like there's still two eye walls. So I wonder, Estonia Weather, was that like when was just now? Was there lightning strikes reported in the inner eye wall, or was that earlier? I don't know. If there are lightning strikes recorded in the inner eye wall right now, then that would definitely support a non-complete EWRC at this time, that we still have two fighting eye walls. Because lightning usually, I mean, you know, you can have isolated lightning anywhere, but lightning usually in an eye wall is a surefire indication of rapid intensification, or at least ongoing intensification. And right now it looks like we've got but from, I mean, if I'm not mistaken here, and I mean, and there's an updated track from the Hurricane Hunters right there. That wind history would seem to imply that the strongest winds are in the outer eye wall, not the inner eye wall. So you can see the double wind maxima, but clearly the strongest winds are in the outer eye wall, which does raise questions as to whether, as to whether this outer eye wall is going to fully take over at some point. This is interesting, guys. This is interesting. A lot of unknowns. A lot of unknowns. A lot of other situations or storms, we could say things with a bit more certainty, right? We could have more location-specific information to throw out, but that's kind of hard at present because there's so much variability that is on the plate right now. But yeah, so if you're just joining us, there you see we are officially at Category 3. That is a major hurricane, 120 mile per hour winds, 953 millibars. And if I can direct you to the historical archive, this is the first time. So this is Erick in real time is about here. So this is the first time in recorded history for these specific, that kind of goes back to satellite era, but still, we'll say recorded history because it sounds cool. This is the first time in recorded history that we have had a Category 3 major hurricane this close to Mexico in the month of June. And the more important record that could be very well leading to is the first major hurricane landfall this far south in Mexico in the month of June. So if Erick comes in as a Category 3 and he makes landfall at that intensity, then that will be the first time ever that we've seen something like this. So indeed, this is a historic storm in several regards. But man, just crazy. And all this, Erick was already the earliest fifth named storm, the earliest E-named storm in East Pacific history. So he already had that record. And now he's going to make a destructive landfall in Oaxaca. He's a Category 3 major hurricane now. I mean, this is just crazy, guys. I mean, I knew there was a possibility that we could be doing a live stream in June. But if you would have asked me at the beginning of the year, you're doing a live stream in June, I just would have said, oh, something's happening in the West Pacific, right? A typhoon is going on. I never would have guessed East Pacific that we were going to have a third case of explosive, or, well, not explosive in Erick's case, but rapid intensification, pretty rapid, robust intensification near Mexico, near Oaxaca, near Guerrero, like Otis and John in 2023 and 24. Just absolutely nuts. I mean, what are the odds of this happening, man? It's crazy. And it's really sad, too, because this is going to make landfall as a really powerful storm, and it's likely going to destroy something, right? Because I can't speak to where or what it's going to destroy specifically yet. We're going to probably start a new live stream when Erick is closer to landfall, when things are getting really gnarly on shore. That could be later tonight. So don't forget to tune in then. We're going to be holding live coverage of Erick's landfall whenever that may be at an ungodly hour, but we're going to try to cover it live and put out as much information as we can. But we just passed streaming hour number 3 for this stream. And again, thank you to everyone who's joining us. This is our first stream of 2025. First time we've multi-streamed on X and YouTube. And you can see that we just now got the new advisory, the breaking news. Category 3 status has been attained by Erick. He now has winds of 120 miles per hour and a pretty rapidly sinking pressure of 953 millibars. So stuff is crazy. We are going, and soon here I'll talk about potential impacts for maybe more specific places in Mexico. But before that, we're just going to look here at this visible satellite imagery, the final moments of visible satellite, because it's about to go because the sun is setting. But yeah, so the eye's not fully cleared, and that's likely because of the EWRC, of the eye wall replacement cycle. Had we not been doing that, had we not been doing the eye wall replacement cycle, then, you know, maybe we would be talking about 125 or even a category 4 right now. Was a totally plausible outcome until the EWRC. Now, could we still hit category 4? Yeah, I mean, it's plausible. We have to just, at this point, it's about nowcasting, right? We have to watch it. We have to watch the every new satellite frame to see what's happening. But yeah, I still think category 4 is possible. We're just going to have to see. That we've got double eye walls right now, and what will be interesting too is that we still haven't sampled the strongest portion of winds. So that 120 miles per hour that you see on your screen there, that was an upgrade, basically a guesstimate by the NHC, because they didn't travel through the strongest quadrant of the hurricane, which is the northeast quadrant of the eye wall. They went through the southeast and northwest quadrants. So in that northwest quadrant, they detected, here, let's see. In that northwest quadrant, they detected winds of 111 miles per hour. So that was more in line with the 110 miles per hour that was estimated earlier, right? But because the pressure in the eye was 953 millibars, which was 14 millibars lower than it had been 3 hours previously, which is a pretty big drop in that short amount of time. Because of that, the NHC decided, okay, this is a category 3, we're going to bump it up to 120 miles per hour. Just based on the core pressure being that low. So now we have that upgrade, but we still have the next pass, and there should be 2 passes. I'm not sure if they have fuel for more than that, because these flights are taking off from, I think, Louisiana. So they have to traverse the whole Gulf and cross Mexico to get into the Pacific. We don't normally have recon in the Pacific, only for situations like this, where we have a major hurricane heading towards landfall in Mexico. Yeah, man, what a day and what a night to come. It's going to be a chaotic night, a long night for sure. Mr. Market's neighbor comments, I'm in Acapulco right now. So let me re-update this. So if we talk about these updated statistics from the National Hurricane Center, as we can see now, winds of at least 39 miles per hour or greater, so that's tropical storm criteria. So low-end tropical storm force winds, according to this graphic, are now moving onshore in the San Pedro Pochutia area of Oaxaca, Mexico. So that is this area. And is Puerto Escondido in that? Maybe just outside of it? Well, so tropical storm force winds are either over or very close to being over the city of Puerto Escondido right now. And the reason I keep bringing it up is because Puerto Escondido down here is a very, look at this. So this is a lot of property and a lot of life that's very close to the ocean. So anytime you see something like this, you do get nervous, because right now, so if I can, if I come in here and really zoom in, right? This kind of notch right here, let me raise that up. This notch, this kind of rectangular notch, this is essentially Puerto Escondido. If we go back to satellite, we can see them right here. Or I get here, let me get a better circle. Right here is Puerto Escondido. And I label this because it's a big city and it's right on the waterfront. So that's concerning. And it's a realistic worst case scenario, I think, to say that it's not completely out of the realm, since I kind of feel like we're still seeing a eastward jog, that Puerto Escondido is not at all out of the cards for a direct landfall. So almost exactly now 60 miles, only 60 miles separates Puerto Escondido from the eye of Hurricane Erick. Okay? So, and I mean, yeah, like lines like that too. If I draw a line there, that can be useful in terms of trying to tell now where exactly the eye is trending. So anyway, we're 60 miles from Puerto Escondido, and in this city now, they're either experiencing or very close to experiencing low and tropical storm force winds right now. Here's the city. And of course, they're experiencing very heavy rainfall at the moment, as these dense rain bands and clouds you can see sweeping across travel over them. So that's what we got to watch for a reasonable worst case scenario, in my opinion. Take it straight down. So I'm essentially drawing this line to see if we can kind of look at where, or you know what, I'll just, I'll guess it. I'll estimate. So where do they think landfall is happening? Way over here, which is really far away from Puerto Escondido. So landfall's over there near the Santiago. Again, this could change. This is just the last cone, and we did not get a new cone with that new advisory because the new cones come out every 6 hours. So we're going to have to wait just under another 3 hours for the next forecast cone. But if Acapulco's up there, like where is that notch? It's kind of hard to tell when these maps don't have labels. This is a very rough estimate, but further down. Let's see. Oh no, they do have landfall much farther north than that. Okay. So this is very roughly where this is a rough approximation, but this was the last National Hurricane Center cone. And so what I'm trying to see here, we're going to see if we're seeing a trend one way or the other, approximately on that line. Stony weather. Sorry for the very late response. I was verifying if the lightning strikes were right now, and it turns out that they were. In fact, that there were 2 strikes in the inner eye wall. Interesting. Thank you for that, Estonia weather. That is pretty low activity. Since I was wondering if it was like burst or something, or if it was more isolated like that. And so yeah, and I would concur that is pretty low activity for eye wall lightning, and that's pretty indicative of the fact that the inner eye wall is dying as the primary eye wall, right? It's getting suffocated and taken over by the outer eye wall. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, again, guys, the landfall counter up in the upper left, that says just 10 hours and 45 minutes to landfall. I think that might be shorter. I'm just waiting to change that based on the next NHC advisory. So when we get the next forecast cone, then I will change it and see just to, see if how much has the situation changed, right? How much sooner, if at all. But I think it will be sooner because we have seen an eastward deviation. How much sooner the landfall will be. So I'm not sure it's actually 10 hours, 45 minutes from now. I would bet it's going to be sooner, just looking at the satellite image. But who knows? Again, who knows? I don't know. Because we could have a parallel track up the coast, and that could delay landfall for a really long time, and it could end up being 10 hours. It's a lot of variables at play here, guys. Category 3, major Hurricane Erick in the East Pacific Ocean. What a crazy, crazy night. To think it's June 18th, man. And this is not in the West Pacific. This is not a typhoon. This is in the Western Hemisphere, Eastern Pacific Basin. Oh, real quick, too. We're looking at visible here, but if I move this here real quick, okay, behind me here, you can see this is we got water vapor imagery for Hurricane Erick, and I point this out because the water vapor imagery of this storm has been some of the most impressive I've seen for an East Pacific hurricane. Right? Again, for a typhoon, I would expect something like this, right? Anytime you're seeing these yellow colors, these yellow and gray white colors, that is a really moist system. That is a system just packed with moisture. So, water vapor imagery has been really impressive. Notice that last night, too, when we started actually seeing white colors on water vapor imagery. I was like, whoa. That can't be a good sign. Estonia weather, 3:15 a.m. here in Estonia, and sunrise is in about 40 minutes. Wow. Being here since the start of the stream and so far enjoying it. Thank you so much, Estonia weather. And thank you for being here and watching and commenting. Your comments have been really great and providing us with a whole bunch of updates to report on. So thank you so much, Estonia weather. Yeah, it's been wild. We have seen the official upgrade to Category 3 intensity. Historic upgrade. We've never seen a storm of this intensity in the month of June, so close to Mexico. And now we're seeing sunset beginning to fall on Hurricane Erick here. So soon we're going to switch over to infrared imagery. These are the last moments of daylight. Really crazy stuff. Noah Berggren reporting on X that Hurricane Erick's eye is just over 10 miles wide. He's got it officially labeled at 11.9 miles across. So that, again, not the truest pinhole eye, but pretty close to a pinhole eye. So it's Erick has a small eye. This is not the storm with a huge, big stadium effect, but it is an intense eye, and it is getting more intense by the hour. And what a crazy image this is here. I mean, this is just such a scary image to see here on infrared satellite. I mean, look at the fear factor of this thing. My goodness. Now we're getting a really good view here of all this intense convection. So all this gray that you're seeing, let's see the temperatures of these cloud tops. Look at that, negative 100 Fahrenheit, negative 101, negative 102, negative 99, negative 105 here, negative 106. in some of these tallest cloud tops. So these are very cold cloud tops, very strong convection. And that is now moving over Oaxaca, including, there it is, Puerto Escondido, and other areas. But that's not the only area. And let me get to some of the others for a second. But here, as nighttime comes in and we transition to infrared satellite, holy moly, that thing is just a beast. I mean, that looks particularly scary. Not going to lie. Now, part of that is happening because of the eyewall replacement cycle structure. You can clearly see the EWRC structure, but I mean, man. Yes, this is a bad situation. This is a very dangerous situation for Oaxaca and southern Mexico. Also, to finish, reading what Noah Bergeron posted, he also noted that only 8 major hurricanes have ever hit southern Mexico on record. And the earliest, ready for this, the earliest was September 22nd, 2024, and that was Hurricane John last year. So we have never had a major hurricane make landfall this early in the year in southern Mexico by several months. Not by like 2 weeks or some caveat like that, by several months. So literally, Erick right now is about to beat out the record Hurricane John just set last year. A couple months ago, really. That is wild, man. Let's see what else people are saying about it. No footage yet from any impacts, and we don't expect there to be over the duration of this stream. Looks like, heavy rain, tropical storm force winds. They're moving on shore now, as we illustrated with this graphic here. Again, let me reload it. But those low-end tropical storm force winds are now moving on shore in extreme southern Oaxaca. That's this light kind of turquoise color. This green color, that more seafoam green, those are high-end tropical storm force winds, and then the orange are hurricane force winds. So the orange here, that's the big time. That's the big stuff. That's what we got to watch out for. Wherever that starts creeping on shore, that's where you have the potential for really major damage. Remember, tropical storm force winds can still be dangerous, right? But overall, we're definitely trying to keep an eye out on where those hurricane force winds come ashore, especially if they're of major hurricane intensity, which it seems all but inevitably it's going to be. Man, just look at that. Look at that convection coming on shore. Wow. Super crazy stuff. Super ominous looking storm here, guys. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where this is going to specifically make landfall. This is a very weird structure that's turning out quite ominous because of an eyewall replacement cycle. I was actually trying to see here, are we getting a skull? Almost. Anytime you have these sorts of structures is when you get the skull faces, right? The skull faces on infrared satellite imagery. Almost there. Not quite, though. I'm not sure I'd describe this as a skull. Maybe. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Estonia Weather says, it seems that Recon has stopped sending data, but I expect new data will start coming in as soon as it makes another pass. Okay. Yeah, you know, let's check back in on radar. Oh, sorry, radar. We have no radar here, unfortunately. That would be really nice if we did, but we don't. But let's check on Recon. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I just uploaded the page. Still stuck there. Obviously, the plane is not still stuck there. So hopefully that data backlog will come in soon, and we will have data sending for when reconnaissance goes through the northeastern quadrant of the eyewall, because that's really where it's at, right? To see if 120 miles per hour is corroborated by direct wind observations, and if maybe it's a little stronger, a little weaker. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? It is a waiting game. I think I can try to reload this, but this Puerto Escondido live cam has not been updated for a day now, so I'm not putting much hope into that. I can reload here, Acapulco. Here's a view from Acapulco. But again, it seems increasingly likely that while Acapulco will definitely be affected, that they're not going to get the worst of this storm, which is good for them because they've been through enough between the last 2 years. You know, with the catastrophic destruction of Otis, the direct landfalls of Category 5, and then they had John. They had John come in and pour down torrential rain for several days, and so they had big time flooding. So Acapulco does not need to be hit again. So they're still going to get heavy rain, still going to get strong winds, but hopefully, so far, it doesn't seem like at this moment in time, but we will certainly update you if that changes. At this moment in time, it doesn't seem like they're going to get the heaviest rains or strongest winds. Seems like Oaxaca might take the brunt of this system. And then maybe southeastern or southeast Guerrero. Because see, this was the last rainfall forecast for Hurricane Erick we got from the National Hurricane Center. And those are some pretty serious totals. Most of them in southern, coastal, and southwestern Oaxaca, but also watch out in eastern Guerrero. The big problem here are the mountains. With the rainfall, the big problem here is the mountains because they can enhance the rain, and by adding steep topography by nature, you're introducing the threat of mudslides and much more violent flash floods than you might normally have. So anytime you have water, you have a ton of rain. Like some of these forecasts are nuts, like 16 to 20 inches just offshore. I mean, I hope that doesn't happen onshore. It doesn't seem like it's going to. But this is just a forecast, right? This is just a generalized forecast. So we'll have to see, you know, after the fact what the heaviest rainfall was. But even then, you're looking at a lot of areas that could see 12 to 16 inches of rain. That's 300 to 400 millimeters. A lot of Oaxaca's coast could be getting that, including for a very long stretch of coastline to the east of Erick because of the dirty side rule of hurricanes. So it's not necessarily, oh, I'm going to be fine because I missed the strongest winds. They missed off to my west. I didn't get the eye wall. No, you've got a big problem here with the rainfall, and we have to watch that. Some of the worst tropical cyclone catastrophes, specifically over the last couple of years. Storm surge, historically, is what kills the most people. Storm surge is what historically is the most dangerous threat, right? When we think of hurricanes, you have the three threats: wind, surge, rainfall. And what we saw, or what we've seen over the last few years, is that the inland rain disasters from tropical cyclones have actually been some of the worst, right? If you think about Super Typhoon Yagi last year, obviously in Southeast Asia, obviously had Hurricane Helene in North Carolina and Georgia and South Carolina and Tennessee. And you had Cyclone Freddy in 2023, catastrophic flooding in Southeast Africa. Storm Daniel, which was actually a Mediterranean cyclone, a Mediterranean tropical storm south of Europe that actually made landfall in Libya in Africa. That storm caused devastation, potentially over 10,000 people killed because of a dam that broke in a town in northern Libya. So some of the worst tropical cyclones over the last couple of years have been inland rain disasters more than storm surge and wind. And John from last year in the same region, even though John made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane, his main impact, his mainstay was rainfall-induced flooding and mudslides in the mountains. This mountain range in particular is the Sierra Madre del Sur mountain range. And so if I zoom out from the coast, you can see that. You can see these vicious mountains. So your Acapulco's up here. And here, this general area, here's where the first tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall from Erick have been moving on shore. This little southern parcel of Oaxaca. And these mountains back here, all of this jagged terrain. And then look at this here. The Sierra Tecuani. There's no way I'm pronouncing that correctly, but we're going to go with it. Sierra Tecuani, this sub-mountain range right here. I mean, look at how steep these slopes are, guys. This is what I'm concerned about, honestly. More so than the wind. And the wind matters because this is a major hurricane. More so than the wind, I'm actually concerned about the rainfall hitting these mountains. Because look at these mountains, guys. These are really jagged, really sharp, really steep. And I could just keep scrolling here. This is all within, where is that, right? So this, all of this excuse me. Oh, okay, hold on, guys. Okay, I knew that seemed a little extreme. My bad, guys. Do not, the scales on this Google map, I'm so used to looking at Radarscope. The scales on this map are way off compared to Radarscope, and I ended up freaking, oh my goodness, I ended up like way up there. Okay, no, it's Erick's not making landfall up there. Ignore that. We're down here. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're down here. Still, the point remains. That was the wrong location, but the point remains. If I zoom in, and this is Oaxaca officially. Okay, here I'll go to the mountain ranges that are getting the heavy rainfall right now. Right now, heavy rainfall happening over this type of terrain. Look how far I can scroll across this type of terrain. Look, we've got rivers. Okay, so these rivers, they could be about to blow. They could be about to blow up, right? If some of these rainfall predictions come true. The Sony Weather says new hot tower in the southeastern Iowa. We'll switch to that real quick. Oh, what a cat! Look at that! Look at that, guys! Look at that! Look at that! Man, look at that explosion. Look at that hot tower right there, guys. My goodness. So this is not the smoothest major hurricane. I think we've established that there's some tumult, there's some tumultuous things, tumultuous cyclonic processes going on in the core, but that's a cool catch. Look at that. That hot tower. Very cool stuff meteorologically. Unfortunately, not cool that this hurricane is hitting land, because we could be facing some pretty severe impacts. In southern Mexico. Oh, look, it just got bigger. Look at that, guys. Wow. Holy smokes, guys. Holy smokes, guys. Estonia weather. New satellite estimation for pressure in VMAX, and it's looking interesting. 946 millibars? 115 knots? What? How strong is 115 knots, y'all? Chat. What's 115 knots in miles per hour? I'm from Texas. Forgive me. I work in miles per hour. What is this strange unit you call knots? 130. That's what I thought. So, whoa, guys. Whoa. That's potentially breaking news. Satellite estimates at this hour are suggesting that Hurricane Erick is now a Category 4 hurricane. I'm not going to say it too loudly, though, because it's not official. It's not official. If it's official, you will see that thing on your screen. It will go to Cat 4. The winds will update. Those are the official wind speeds right now. Let's see if we get data from the Northeast Quadrant, from the Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance, which is in the storm right now. But whoa, guys, that is interesting indeed. Chat, do we have a Cat 4? Guys, what do you think? This is a Cat 4? I'm dubious, but I'm a skeptic, so. What do you think, guys? We got a Cat 4. I mean, that's really bad, in all honesty, if that's a Cat 4. Because even if it doesn't make landfall as a Cat 4, holy, oh my goodness. Like, if that happens, oh my gosh. So that is a very interesting piece of information there. Brought to us by Estonia Weather, new satellite estimation for the minimum pressure is 946 millibars. Now, why do I think this is pretty interesting? Is it just because it shows it becoming a Category 4 right now? No. It's because the satellite estimations of 953 MBAR earlier, before the hurricane hunters got in there, was like dead on. You know, like it aced it. So just minutes later, now satellites are estimating 946. Is it 946? I mean, holy cow, if it is. Once again, this is a very, whether it is or isn't a Category 4 right now, that if you're in Oaxaca, you should have already had your preparations done in place. And in some places, you should be ready to seek shelter. Really, anywhere Puerto Escondido and to the west of that, along Oaxaca's coastline, you should be borderline prepared to take some sort of shelter, because major hurricane force winds, like if a major hurricane force eyewall goes over you, you're going to know it, and it's going to cause damage, and it's going to be potentially life-threatening. I mean, it will be life-threatening if the eyewall does go over you. In certain situations, it might only be, potentially life-threatening if you're in a well-built home and you're staying away from windows. But once we go to major hurricane, that's what you got to think about. Like, you got to think about staying away from windows and other stuff like that. Big hot tower eruption right now in the southeast east quadrant. Tumultuous inner workings here from Hurricane Erick, but somehow he's fighting through the pain. He's fighting through the EWRC, and he is somehow still intensifying. I mean, this is endurance, guys. This is cyclonic endurance. He's fighting through the EWRC and still intensifying. Man, oh man, guys. Based on satellite estimations, which were very accurate not long ago about estimating the correct strength of Hurricane Erick, hurricane hunters then went in and confirmed that the satellite estimations were essentially dead on. They weren't, I think, weren't the satellite estimations 123? And the Hurricane Center put it at 120. So I don't know. Maybe Maybe the winds are at 125 and the pressure is a bit lower, so maybe we're not at full Cat 4. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, this could be Cat 4. Like, just because the satellite presentation is a little tumultuous, it doesn't look bad. Okay, this is a really scary and powerful looking Category 3 hurricane, right? This is a major hurricane, don't get me wrong. And it definitely could be a Cat 4. I just, maybe it's 125, right? Maybe it's not full 130 yet. I don't know. We're going to have to see. The recon is still in there. I don't know if they're passing through the northeast quadrant right now. I keep checking. We have lost the data stream from recon, guys. So, I don't know if somebody has that information. But we've got new hot towers going up. So, even though the eye is not cleared out, and at this point, it's possible that it may never fully clear out, right? We may be dealing with a system that never fully clears out his eye. Doesn't matter, because the winds are still going to be potentially devastating in nature. So that's the news right now, guys. Update an hour ago. We got the call. We got the update. Major hurricane officially for Hurricane Erick, who's looking to become, if you're just joining us, guys, Hurricane Erick is looking to become just the 9th major hurricane to ever make landfall in southern Mexico, and would be the earliest major hurricane landfall in southern Mexico in recorded history. So it's a historic event we're watching, guys. This is like Hurricane John all over again, and maybe not with the extreme rainfall amounts. I don't think we're going to see rainfall anywhere close to what we got with John last year, because John stalled out, remember? And that's how we got widespread 30 plus inches across southern Mexico and the big time flooding. Don't know if we're going to get that here. I don't think we are, because Erick is not forecast to stall out. But hold on, guys. But yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see here. Sorry, Estonia weather with another update. I just checked Flight Radar 24 to find their location, but as of right now, they're not on the map. But about 30 minutes ago, it was on the way south. So yeah, we've lost data from recon, guys. I really hope they come back, because satellite estimates right now say we're dealing with a Category 4. And if the pressure's already down to 946, I mean, wow. I mean, this is a really major, serious situation developing, guys. I mean, this is serious. Fingerosa with a comment. Some say C5 possible, but I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you. Cat 5 at this point doesn't seem possible to me. At the risk of saying that, I don't want to jinx it. That would be the worst. This is maybe the worst thing I've ever said on a broadcast. But I don't think Cat 5 is possible at this point. It was always going to be a long shot, Cat 5. I know that seemed like something we couldn't count out, given how perfect the conditions are, how compact the storm was, and what we just witnessed with Otis. But again, Otis happened in October, and to get a Cat 5 in the EPAC in October, that was the least unusual thing about Otis. And so if we were to get a Cat 5 in June, I mean, that would be just off the rails, completely defying everything we thought we knew about East Pacific climatology. It's happened before. Beryl just did it last year. But at this point, I don't think we're getting Cat 5. It just does not seem realistic to me, because Erick is getting close to land now. Even if he starts shifting west-northwest in movement, which, and I think he might be doing that, actually. He might be resuming that west. So maybe here's the beginning of that west-northwest movement we're talking about, guys. So that's why I don't know what to put on that countdown clock at the top, which currently says 10 hours, just over 10 hours to landfall. Give or take a few hours, I guess, or I would mostly bet on. But satellite estimates right now are betting we could have a low-end Cat 4 on our hands. Cat 5, though, I agree, Fingeroso, doesn't seem to be Doesn't seem to be possible. I don't think so. At this point, I think it's just too close to land, guys, for Cat 5 to be a realistic possibility. Because any moment now, that eye wall is going to start interacting with those insane mountain ranges in southern Mexico, and that's going to be game over in terms of the rapid intensification phase. But to recap, like if you're just joining us, like to recap, we've seen kind of an incredible. It's been an incredible day of intensification, no doubt about it. It's certainly been rapid. When we woke up just 12 hours ago, or I guess almost 13 hours ago, but just over 12 hours ago, we had a minimal 75 mile per hour hurricane, and now we have 120 mile per hour Cat 3. So that is major intensification, guys. That is big time intensification. And during this rapid intensification phase, over the last few hours, later this afternoon, an eye wall replacement cycle actually began. And let me show you that eye wall replacement cycle if you don't believe me. Here, we're looking at microwave imagery. So this allows us to see a little bit under the hood of the hurricane. And as you can see, so here's that small eye wall, compact eye wall building up. That's the red colors right there building up. And then look at this big ring. Boom! Right at the last second of that GIF, a big ring, a big red ring. That is a rain band within the central dense overcast, deciding to become an outer eye wall and choke off the inner eye wall. So that is what you can see really, really vividly on microwave imagery, a very clear eye wall replacement cycle. So that's the last microwave GIF we have. But a very clear eye wall replacement cycle, and during the first pass of this Hurricane Hunter mission, we saw very defined double eye wall maxima, right, where the strongest winds were in the outer eye wall, and then there was a bit of a moat with slightly weaker winds, and then the winds went up a little bit more as the plane passed through the decaying inner eye wall before going into the eye. So we have had an impressive round of intensification, not just because of its speed, but the thing I note with this, the reason I have labeled Erick a very unique storm here today is because of the way he has continued to intensify through the eye wall replacement cycle. And by the way, this hot tower on the eastern quadrant is going nuts. Cloud top temperatures now 113 degrees Fahrenheit. As tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall now begin to lash the coast of Oaxaca. Again, thank you everyone for watching and tuning in. Also, we have had 51 comments on this stream so far. And that's really crazy, guys. I think that's these are the most comments I've ever had on one stream. So, wow. I mean, thank you for the comments, and keep them coming. We love the comments. I love putting them up here on screen. And, when you guys throw in updates and questions, whether you're in the storm's path or just kind of nerding out about it like we are here. But yeah, so thank you so much. 51 comments. I mean, wow. I cannot believe we have that many comments on our first live stream of 2025. So thank you so much. Estonia Weather, and a special thanks to Estonia Weather. He's been awesome. They've been awesome here on this stream, and they have another update here. It looks like lightning strikes have just been detected in the inner eye wall, but not in the new hot tower. If you want, I can start sending you pictures to your DMs if you want. I mean, what are the pictures from? But sure, you can. I mean, you don't have to send them to my DMs. I mean, you can just reply them to either the live stream or my latest post. In fact, I'm about to do here a new post on X. So, you don't have to send them to my DMs. Like, you can just, you can put them under reply to one of my posts. So let me here. So I'm going to do one here. I'm going to talk about this hot tower here. I'm going to do a close-up of just how scary, I mean, holy cow, is this looking scary. So hang on, guys. Speaking of comments, this is kind of a Yash tropical cyclone tracking commented a major in the EPAC before the Atlantic gets a named storm. LOL. That's what it's like. I mean, this is crazy. The Atlantic has just been absolutely dead, and here we are tracking a major hurricane, possibly a Cat 4, but we know for sure a Cat 3 right here, going into landfall in Mexico. I mean, it's really crazy stuff. All right, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Wow, guys. Figueroa says Streets is saying C5 possible, but it's undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, so that's up in the air. Yep, I agree with that. let's see. The update from Recon. No, unfortunately. All right, so continuing to watch here as we approximately get down to 10 hours before landfall, but that landfall time is up in the air. Remember, that's approximate. We could see landfall sooner than that. Depends on whether we see an eastward shift. Right now, it does look like after a little bit of a trochoidal wobble due to an eyewall replacement cycle that kind of looks like it's still ongoing. All right, here, let me. So if I put a level line here, and then I switch this to a faster loop. So this is lower resolution, but faster loop. Okay, so indeed, you can see now there in relation to, you can see that there now in relation to that horizontal line, there was more of a northward component to Hurricane Eric's movement than initially anticipated. Now you see in that last frame, last couple frames, it looks like it might be resuming its west-northwest movement that was predicted by the National Hurricane Center during the last cone, which was released 4 hours ago. Admittedly, though, I don't know if that's kind of like an optical illusion, though, because of that violent convective burst right now in the eastern quadrant. I don't know. Guys. We're just going to have to keep watching. Estonia weather. The recon plane is back on flight radar 24, and it's moving back towards Mexico. So I guess that means it's flown all the way through. We've now passed 4 hours on this live stream. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we are hosting live coverage right now. This is a live view of Category 3 Hurricane Erick as he approaches landfall, likely in Oaxaca, Mexico. Let me go back to the mesosector. So his eye is now just 43 miles. So it's getting really close, guys. It's getting really dangerous. So the eye now is only 43 miles from shore. However, comma, there's a caveat here. Erick is probably not going to make a landfall there where I just marked that closest point, because he's beginning to take on a west-northwest movement that will essentially parallel him with the coast. Now, for how long, right? For how long he's going to parallel the coast down Oaxaca, that remains to be seen. Estonia weather. Yeah, let's hope we still get the data. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's hope because that implies that it's already flown through the northeast. I would assume they fly through the northeastern quadrant when they do the delta pattern. So unfortunately, we have recon now heading back towards Mexico. He's out of the storm. Only can do 2 passes this far south. It's unusual for recon, for hurricane hunters, to get into East Pacific hurricanes only in extreme circumstances like this, when we have a rapidly intensifying storm approaching landfall in Mexico. So we did have one pass that confirmed 953 millibars and basically estimated 120 mile per hour winds. That was the update that upgraded Erick to a Category 3 major hurricane. The first time ever a June major hurricane in the Pacific has been located so close to Mexico. Literally this close, 43 miles now. Actually, it might already be closer than that. Now we are seeing, so now we're waiting to see if we can somehow get the data from that northeast quadrant, because the northeast quadrant of Erick is likely the strongest. And right now, satellite estimates are going nuts. So as Estonia Weather just pointed out, the new satellite estimation is 944 millibars and 117.4 knots. 117 knots in miles per hour is now 135 miles per hour. So satellite estimates continue to suggest that we are still undergoing rapid or semi-rapid intensification. Despite this eyewall replacement cycle, you can see Fingeroso here with the comment, C4 possible. Oh, yeah. Oh, C4 is definitely possible. C5, I'm skeptical at this point. But C4, oh, for sure. 100%. 100%. And in fact, we might already be there. Like I said, it would be really nice to have that recon data within the northeast quadrant. And also the confirmed pressure readings. I mean, we don't have that data right now. That's the unfortunate thing. But C4, oh, absolutely. 100, and at this point, I think we might be at C4, despite the double eyewall structure, and which is really becoming apparent now. So we see it on microwave. I'll just update that for the heck of it. No, not coming through yet. So you can see it on microwave. Wish I could freeze this, but on that last frame, right there, we'll let it play one more time. Okay, so boom, right there. That double eyewall structure is now evident on infrared satellite imagery. You can now see the two eyewalls. That's what happens when you get a kind of a spiral a pattern. Oh, well, that was here, like this. Okay, inner eyewall, outer eyewall, and it's kind of mixing, right? You're kind of getting a swirling kind of action because the outer eyewall is closing in to take hold of that inner eyewall, to take control of the storm, to take the reins. And so it's been, what has been impressive is that not just Erick has been rapidly intensifying today, right? At dawn, he was a minimal Cat 1, but also that he has been able to, continue intensifying through an EWRC. And if you know anything about tropical cyclones, you know that EWRCs, when they initiate, they almost always weaken cyclones. I mean, usually at the minimum, the cyclones stop intensifying and have to, get their act together before they can continue intensifying again. So to see this happen, to see this continue to happen while we're going through an active EWRC, even though it kind of seemed like it was clearing up, now it doesn't. The eye is not fully cleared out, but regardless, look at that convective burst, by the way, in the eastern quadrant. That's powerful, man. That's powerful. Estonia weather. Also increased lightning activity in the inner eyewall and the small hot tower south of Mexico's coastline. The hot tower east of the inner eyewall is also expanding further south. Yes, we can see that on the latest frames. It's definitely trying to wrap around. Now, sometimes, Erick Webb said earlier that it looked like the eyewall replacement cycle was maybe wrapping up, but maybe that's not the case and it's still going. And if that's the case, I mean, we really should see the intensification trend stop. Satellite doesn't think so. Sometimes when you see these huge, big, violent convective bursts, it actually isn't a sign of strengthening if an eyewall replacement cycle is going. Sometimes when the outer eyewall closes in on the inner eyewall, like the inner eyewall has this temper tantrum because they're having their power stolen away from them. So they have the kind of this temper tantrum, and you get these huge convective bursts going all over the place, and they actually are destabilizing to the cyclone circulation, and then you'll start to see that previously smooth spin start to go into like this crazy flat tire wobble. So I don't know, this could be a sign of the continued intensification, and certainly at the moment the strongest winds I would definitely bet would be located in here. I mean, the temperatures here are getting really wicked, right? Up negative 114, and as you mentioned also, Estonia weather, we've got that other random convective burst that is probably instigated by land interaction, even though it's happening offshore. That is really peeking out, actually, radar scope scanner. That is beyond cold, negative 118 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is super, super cold. Fingeroso might be a hyperactive season in the Pacific. It's looking hyperactive there. Might be a lull in July, but it's going to blow up in August or September. Bold prediction, Fingeroso. I'm holding you to that. I am holding you to that. All right, hyperactive season in the East Pacific. Let's go. This is quite a way to start it, though. Again, historical context, even with hyperactive seasons in the East Pacific, most of them, most of them just go out. They go out into the vast wasteland of the Pacific. I'm holding you to it, Fingeroso. Estonia weather. Looks like Recon is turning around and heading for Erick again. Really? Okay. Interesting. So we could get another pass. In other words, as the meme says, so you're telling me there's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance. All right. Well, we will continue to watch that. Now, we are getting closer to landfall, but as I said, this might go on for hours more. And if the National Hurricane Center cone proves to be accurate in the end, then we could see landfall occur up to 9 hours from now. And the reason I bring that up is even though we're so close to landfall and things are getting crazy now and the impacts are spreading inland, I can stream 12 straight hours, but if I do that, if I commit to that, then then I might have to quit it right before landfall, or right when things are really getting hairy. Because remember, because of this angle of approach, the crazy stuff is going to start happening well before landfall. And since Erick might be paralleling the coast, the eye wall might be dragging on shore, and we might be having reports of flash flooding and destruction through winds well before the eye actually comes ashore. And then by the time the eye actually does come on shore, who knows, right? If it comes in sooner here, then it would be more intact. But if it comes in later, it could be so degraded from scraping along the Sierra Madre del Sur mountains that it's kind of imploded. And I mean, we might have a cat down to a cat 2, maybe even lower than that. So I'm kind of in an interesting situation here where I'm tempted to stay live right now because we're getting so close, but then we're not really, because this does look like it's resuming the westward movement, and if it does that, I want to go live. I can't go longer than 12 hours on YouTube. So if it does that, and I think it is, I don't think it's going to deviate so much from the NHC forecast, then I'm probably going to start a new live stream right before the eye wall starts coming, or right before the hurricane force winds start coming ashore. So, guys, like, I could stay here and we could like ride this out where I'm 4 hours and 11 minutes in. So I could go for almost another 7-ish, 8-ish hours. I could do that, but the problem is if it turns out that Erick, if he takes the center or to the west of the center of his forecast track, and I don't know, maybe he takes the east. But if he takes the center, west center, and I stay live this whole time, then I don't know. You would get coverage of it, but I would have to end it. I fear I would have to end it and start a new one in the middle of the craziness, and I'm not sure I want to do that. So I might stop this live stream here at some point relatively soon. But I will be coming back, guys. I will be coming back. So depending on if this doesn't take a radical eastward jog here soon, I think I'm going to wrap up this live stream before the 5-hour mark, so within the next 45 minutes or so. And then I'm going to go live again when it's clear that the hurricane force winds are about to come on shore. So I will be back, guys. I think that's the best course of action. Again, I could stay live this whole time. I just don't know if that would be, because if I stop now and I start it again when it gets closer, I think it's a win-win, right? I mean, there's no problem having two streams, and then that one from the start, we can immediately cover the real-time impacts, and we're going to look, looking down close at which specific cities are getting hit big time. And there are other factors into this too. Is that normally I could sit here and continue to talk about individual impacts, localities, right? What each specific location should reasonably expect. But again, because erratic movement closer to landfall is such a possibility, and because we just generally don't know where the eye, it's not really even about the eye, it's where the eyeball starts coming on shore. Since we don't know when that's going to start in Oaxaca specifically, I don't know which areas to start talking about to specifically local areas to what sorts of impacts you can receive. So, so I think here pretty soon, all things considered, I'm going to wrap up this live stream. But guys, I will be coming back. I will be coming back on both X and YouTube when the hurricane force winds are getting close to coming on shore. When that happens, then we're going to do live coverage city by city, region by region, through the entire landfall. So, I was gonna stay here. Obviously, I stayed here to see the recon pass, but unfortunately, that's not panning out right now. So real quick, guys, if you have any questions, right? If you have, again, any questions about right now, what I can say, and here, we've been on this a while, so let's zoom out. Look, this is the coast of Oaxaca. You've got Acapulco all the way up here, right? I believe, yeah. I think sometimes it's hard to see. Okay, so there's Acapulco right there. Here's Puerto Escondido, two of the largest cities in Erick's path. So that's the situation. You're looking at a direction of landfall potentially like this. This is the general. I believe. I think it was here. Yeah, I think it was here. So this was the last NHC advisory. The next one is coming out, but again, that's quite a ways from now, and I might want to start a new stream. So this is the direction of movement, and at least with the latest frames, this is my line is roughly what the National Hurricane Center is predicting, and at least with the latest frames, we're seeing Erick follow that line. Okay, so within the latest frames, we're seeing Erick follow that line. Estonia Weather says, well, I've got news. I can properly make updates in around 1 hour and 30 minutes. Let's see here. So yeah, this is the intended track of movement. And it might follow that, or I don't know. Maybe it'll make landfall sooner. But we'll make sure to go live if it does. But basically, with this being the situation, I think it's probably less than 9 hours and 40 minutes. But I think at this point, it would be better for me to wrap this live stream up, because this was the live stream about about Erick hitting major hurricane intensity, rapidly intensifying, approaching land, and then start a new live stream that's dedicated to the land impacts and which areas are getting what, right? Stony Weather says he'll try to make updates on his phone. With that comment, we have had over 60 comments on this live stream. Wow. Thank you guys so much, especially Estonia Weather, but all our other commenters, so I'm going to read through them. Everyone who's commented, here. Hold on, guys. Okay, so yeah. So anyway, thank you guys so much. Over 60 comments on this stream. Our first stream for 2025 and our first of 2 streams. We will be doing another stream here for Hurricane Erick as he approaches landfall in southern Mexico. So we will be coming back. But over 60 comments. Wow, guys, thank you so much. 5 likes on YouTube. Our first stream ever on YouTube. We have like no subscribers over there. So that's really cool to have 5 likes on this video. And if you follow us on X, feel free to go over and follow us on YouTube. We are on YouTube now at Backbridge Weather, at Backbridge Crow on X, Backbridge Weather on YouTube. And we are going to regularly be hosting live streams and also uploading other videos, longer form videos than we do on X. So stay tuned. Yeah, follow us there if you follow us on X. Thank you to all the commenters, again, especially Estonia Weather. You've been great, and I look forward to you coming back if you can for the second live stream, which shouldn't be too long from now. Like I said, I will be starting a second live stream, guys, for landfall when we're really getting close to those hurricane force winds and that eye wall coming on shore. But yeah, so thank you to. So I will be starting another one. Thank you to. Oh, and I don't think I showed this comment from Tanya. And I think she's saying there that she reposted the live stream. So thank you so much, Tanya, for reposting the live stream. So thank you to Estonia Weather, Tanya, Extreme Weather Chaser Theo, Alfredo Terran, Lee Yin Ho, Sebastian Ailman Lopez, Northeast Ohio WX, Supernova 22, Lionel W, Pogo, or Pago, and Fingeroso. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we hope you will join us again soon. If Recon comes back in, I'm not counting out the possibility of going live before. So I don't know. Maybe I just take like a what time is it? Maybe I just take an hour break and come back. Who knows? So I might be back in an hour before. If it's clear to me that the next update, if even if Erick is still offshore, if it's clear to me by the next update in an hour and 40 minutes is going to upgrade Erick to a Cat 4, I will go live. I'll try to go live before that. Or I don't know, maybe just after. I don't know. We shall see. But I will be back, and mostly I'll just be watching when the hurricane force winds are coming on shore in southern Mexico to initiate another live stream. So the live stream will be live on our X account at Backperch Crew, and then on our YouTube account as well, Backperch Weather. So once again, thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for liking. Thank you for watching. And we will be back soon to continue our live coverage of the historic and unfortunately very dangerous landfall of Category 3 Hurricane Erick in southern Mexico.